That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Whatever you're looking for when you head out into the wild, keep an open mind. Sometimes the real treasure is the journey itself. Sure enough, there's treasure out there. Sometimes it's something you didn't expect to find. And more often than not, it's as simple as the memories you make. Make some memories of your own with a new vehicle from Corwin Toyota. Family driven for over 100 years.
Hey, the cold weather is here. Stoke here from my friends at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new furnace? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. And don't forget about heat pump rebates. They've never been better. Up to $13,500 only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Hey, Broncos Country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Babe, your arms look amazing. Working out is paying off.
Thanks. I just wish my chest matched. No matter what I do, I'm frustrated with my man boobs.
Hey, don't beat yourself up. More than half of men have gynecomastia. It's gland tissue, not laziness. Same thing is happening to my friend Trisha's husband. He went to Dr. Cameron Dastry at Modern Surgical Arts of Denver.
For real? You get good results?
He got great results. Call him, honey.
Call today. They're offering complimentary consultations for the fan listeners. 303-470-3400 or at modernsurgicalarts.com.
Need a plumber? Euro Plumbing has the lowest prices in town. Rock bottom prices on whole house repipes, sewer line repairs, even water heaters. 720-500-3000.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Of the program, Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. It is what we do, and we are out a Lammy, but we're up a Carney. Richie Carney sitting in for one Cecil Lammy today. He'll be rocking with us for the next couple of days, getting you set for Wild Card Weekend. A big reaction to another Denver Nuggets win last night, a big-time win again last night, led by Jamal Murray. And we're going to start with that. And, Richie, I want to get your football thoughts, all the things, college football playoff back together. Tribe roll call first and foremost. Who are you? Where are you? And what are you doing for a buck out there today? Let us give you and your company a shout-out here on the show. Text line is open, powered by Ramos Law at 303-713-1043. Hit us up right there. Same deal over on the YouTube page. Just get to Denver Sports YouTube, the Dover and Cecil stream. You're in just like that. Who are you? Where are you? And what are you doing for a buck out there today? I got to get something off my chest that you now know.
Okay,
but
let's do it.
I've had the worst start to the day of all time here.
Of all time.
Maybe not of all time, but it's a rough go.
It's pretty bad.
I pull into the parking lot here, and I have a red truck, a Tundra that's decent sized, and I back in all the time, which people make fun of me regularly for
I do the
that.
same thing.
I'm a back-in guy.
Yep.
And I backed in next to a spot next to the great Ty Fuji, who runs the thing in the morning.
Hey, Ty.
And he also has a Tundra. And I was like, I'm backing in. I'm like, oh, it's kind of tight. I would hate for Ty to like bump my car with his door.
Yep.
So let me pull out of the spot. And then as I pull out of the spot, my tires are a little bit bigger than the standard tire size.
Sure.
I rip Ty Fuji's bumper right off of his Tundra thanks to the tires of my Tundra.
It's just like in your head, it's a very simple thing. You're off by maybe 4 or 5 inches.
Yeah.
All you got to do is pull out, slight recorrection, little 3-point turn, and you're perfectly centered and you're in.
That's exactly right, Richie.
You're ready to go. And then you hear that, and it's that noise, right? Yeah, and it's just like, it just sends a shiver down your spine. I've never done that, but we've all had our fair share of car mishaps.
Sure.
And when you're sitting in that seat and you hear the noise you're not supposed to hear, or you feel the thump that you're not supposed to feel, that is like a bottom 5 everyday feeling.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, look, I'm sad that I've done this to Ty.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. I should have taken more time. And I like I told Ty, I'm like, get a quote, let me pay. We're going to figure this thing out. But now it's snowing outside. He's going to go out to the parking lot and see his bumper hanging from his truck. I told him, though. Everything is okay.
You gave him the heads up.
It's not okay.
Hey.
But I let him know what the situation he's going to walk out to.
You didn't give him hey, man, I just parked next to you. I don't know what happened.
No.
But there was, your bumper is off, dude. Do we have cameras out here?
That would have been a total jerk move. But no, I did not do that.
No. That damage on my car was already there.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I have 0 damage on my car. It was my tire that ripped it off.
Oh, so that's going to be a great visual for him.
Yeah.
I will say, if there was anyone on this top floor of our building that you could have done this to, Ty is probably the one that would have received it best.
Yeah.
He's like the nicest, calmest
when I told
guy
him, I'm like,
ever.
Hey, I'm paying. Don't pay for anything. Don't pay for a single clip. Let me pay. He goes, are you sure, man? I'm like, Ty,
are you sure?
I hit your car.
Yeah.
It is my fault.
Right. You hit his car, and he's like, hey, are you doing okay?
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
And I've known Ty and his brother and his family forever. They were students of mine back in the day. So, Ty Fuji, I am sorry. He can literally kill me if he wanted to.
His brother can.
No, Ty can't too.
Yeah, no.
Please
Ty,
don't do anything to me.
Ty, that is like one of the great mysteries of this office. I just feel like there is a hidden storm inside of Ty Fuji.
Yes, I seen him punch Kevin. Or what did he do? Do Kevin like a chokehold?
He put you in a headlock, I thought.
I was like in a pretzel at one point.
Kevin's just going about his day. He's got his McDonald's Frappuccino, and the next thing you know, his vision's blurry. He can't breathe.
I had one leg up behind my neck somehow.
And he is not that flexible.
I am so sorry to Ty and the Fuji family because they can all twist me up like a pretzel like Kevin. So apologies. And tab on me, Mr. Ty Fuji. So, Richie, I really need you to pick me up here in the next 4 hours, dude.
Yeah. Tribe helps tribe, right? That's what we do.
Right, that's right. I did just meet Stefano downstairs, who actually, Cecil's out today, but he brought Cecil a tool.
Yeah.
And Stefano is texted in, and he actually has a son named Ty. So I always thought that was Ty's dad, and he's like, oh, dude, I'm not Ty's dad. I'm like, well, good, because I just hit his car in the parking lot.
This is the best day for that information to come out. Yeah.
All right, so tribe roll call. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck today? Let us know so we can give you a shout out. And Richie, pick me up. Tribe, pick me up, because I'm an idiot, and I started my day the worst possible way. The Nuggets, they picked me up last night, Richie. Payton Watson going nuts for 30 points. Jamal Murray, another new career high with 17 assists last night, also scoring 22 points and grabbing 8 rebounds. The Denver Nuggets, man, keeping their head above water. Now 3-2 without Nikola Jokic. Go on the road and beat one of the hottest teams in the NBA.
Do you know how much money I would have wagered against the idea that 5 games without Nikola Jokic, the Nuggets would be above 500 during that stretch.
Yeah.
I don't even care at what point in the schedule, especially without the other players that they were out for a couple of those games as well. Obviously, the 76ers game, they were out 7 starters or key contributors. I would have wagered any number you wanted and signed the dotted line that wouldn't be the case. It's actually amazing what the Nuggets have been able to do and the resilience that they've shown with all the injuries, starting with Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown, and then ballooning to include Cam Johnson and Nikola Jokic, and then Jonas Valanciunas. It's changing my perception a little bit. You know, you and I sat across from each other last week when we were leading into the final game of the Broncos regular season, and I told you, we're talking about style points, right? And I told you, hey, man, I have everybody's got their beliefs and their kind of, set of circumstances that they kind of accept. But the Broncos are changing it for me. They're changing my thoughts on beauty standards, right? I don't need style points because they don't matter even if I want them to. The Nuggets are changing my perception on what they're going to be able to do. Not just without the Joker, but over the course of this season as everyone continues to become healthy. I think the Nuggets have shown without a question of a doubt that if they are at full health with the experience and the minutes that these reserve guys are getting and how they're performing in those minutes, Payton Watson first and foremost, this is a team that can beat the Thunder. This is a team that can win an NBA championship.
You're right.
They just have to get to that finish line with full health and a head of steam.
Dude, I tweeted it after the game. Just the hunger, the willingness to step up. Like, that next man up thing I always think is so corny in sports. Like, that's not real. Next man up doesn't exist. They're bench players for a reason.
Well, it exists, but it's like, duh.
Right,
like, somebody's got to fill the spot.
The idea of next man up and it equaling what the person in front of them
That
could
is
do.
like,
That's
dumb. Yeah, because there's starters and there's backups.
But there's just something to, and I think all of us have experienced, probably not a lot of us at that level of the NBA, of like,
it's been a while.
The world is writing you off of whatever it is you do for a living. All right, I kind of like that pressure. I kind of like that. You don't believe I can, so let me go do it. These guys are living in it. And then, by the way, Jamal Murray playing the best basketball he's played since they went on to win an NBA championship.
Is he showing you a different side of himself this season? Because I think he is.
100%. I told Cecil, and I've been telling Cecil, I think this is for the – and maybe in the playoffs he understood because he knew what was in front of him, and he played 20 straight games and was outstanding and was the Robin to the Joker that we love. I think this year is him understanding the responsibility that he plays in Nikola Jokic's legacy.
Sometimes Jamal Murray has to be Batman.
Yeah, and dude, he's done that the last 2 nights, right, with 16 and 17 assists. So he does understand the responsibility of the role. Mark Spears, Mark Spears, he was a local guy here. At 10:45, we're going to go into a piece that he wrote. He sat down with Jamal and talked a little bit about just Jamal's different approach to the offseason, and it's clearly paying off here so far. So, dude, I'm pleasantly surprised. We wondered it was like an 18-game sample size to the end of January once Nikola got hurt. I was like, 9-9 is incredible if they can go 9-9. I think they can do that. I looked at the schedule last night. They can go 9-9.
Josh,
they might go 10-8, dude.
I sat across from you saying, hey, man, like 9-9 would be like out of this world unbelievable.
Yeah.
I don't think they could do it, but it would be great. Maybe 8-10, but more likely like we're in that 6-12, 7-11. No way, man. They're already halfway there.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Got it done last night in a very, very impressive fashion. We'll continue this conversation, get back to some Nuggets as the show rolls on. I mentioned the college football semifinal starting tonight at 5:30 on ESPN. Ole Miss and Miami going to do their dance before Indiana and Oregon does so tomorrow. So you can tell us how you feel about those games as well. But keep hitting us up with your Tribe Roll Call text. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? We'll give you guys a little bit of love coming up very, very shortly. All right, Richie. Beginning of the week, we celebrated what the Broncos had accomplished. But let's start to turn the page here. What do they need to clean up before going into their first playoff game next weekend? Let's talk about it coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Just once a year, Colorado's largest gathering for anglers, hunters, and RVers. Buy the latest gear. Discover the best destinations. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, Thursday through Sunday at the Colorado Convention Center in Denver.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Colorado roads are icy. Accidents happen. When they do, you're in luck with Flanagan Law. I'm Samantha, the personal injury lawyer who stands out from the rest of the guys. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when it matters most.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, Mark Schlereth here. A new year doesn't always call for something new. Sometimes it calls for something better. If your home would be more comfortable with better windows or new siding, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton can help. Right now, save 25% on Infinity replacement windows and 20% off James Hardy siding with 12 months no interest financing. Call them 303-794-0490 to schedule your free in-home visit or visit windowsforyourhome.com and say this is the year your home feels better.
Hey, Colorado, when you're in the market for a new truck or SUV, head to Johnson Auto Plaza. Explore their huge selection of new Chevy, Buick, and GMC trucks and SUVs. Find your new truck or SUV at JohnsonChevyBuickGMC.com. Stop in and experience the Johnson advantage that so many now know. Johnson Auto Plaza is your truck and SUV headquarters. Just north of E470 on Highway 85, JohnsonChevyBuickGMC.com.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Cliss, presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and
4-1 Cecil Lammy. Okay, I've talked to Tai Fuji. Folks are on the way. Again, his folks taught him all that he knows. So they could just be coming down here to whip my ass.
Yeah. No, see, I feel like if they're gonna do that, they want you on their turf. They're gonna be like,
okay.
Ty, have Josh swing by with the envelope, swing by the dojo, and then all of a sudden that door locks behind you, and you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So who's filling in for Josh the rest of the show? Then?
Right. Kevin, we're gonna switch seats.
Oh, man. I would do anything to be able to just go outside and try to fix Ty's bumper right now. I would do anything for that opportunity.
Were you there the day that Dante and I spent the whole
we were
afternoon?
up here watching you guys.
Yeah, the whole afternoon in the parking lot fixing his battery, and we had to take apart his front bumper. Whatever car he has, the manufacturer made some significant mistakes with the battery placement.
Okay, I'm gonna be better. I'm gonna go see my dude Pat Callahan. He hooked up my truck a couple months ago when my lady crashed mine. And now here I am crashing into Ty's.
That's full circle.
Yeah, I deserve this probably. All right, keep your text coming in for Tribe Roll Call. Kane's checking in. Says, all right, Dover, my car got broken into last night, so it's not my best start to the day either. Kane, I'm sorry about that. And people are jerks.
That's becoming more of a thing, though. Like, I think specifically here, like in the metro area, it's like...
dude, a lady that will hoop with us sometimes, she's got 3 kids. Somebody literally took the tires off of her car. She couldn't take her kids to school the next day. This just happened 2 weeks ago.
They just took the tires?
The wheels and the tires. It was just on blocks, yeah. Literally.
That's like stuff you see in movies.
Yeah.
That's like...
Right. So, yeah, everybody be safe out there today. Make sure you're getting to and from work.
Pull forward into your parking spaces just for one day. Give it a rest for one day. As a back in the space guy, and Drew Spivak more than anyone makes fun of me for it.
Oh, you do, Drew. You're not into the back ends.
Oh, my gosh.
Dude, it is one of my biggest pet peeves in life, people that back into their spots.
Because I only
People are dying. People are like dying. The world has real problems. And Drew's like, it really grinds my gears. Parking.
And I hate to say this because you're one of them. People with trucks. The back in their spot because they can never get it right the first time.
I'm actually pretty good at it.
Despite what happened
told Drew, evidence to the contrary.
Right. If I told you this yesterday, you would have believed me.
Right. It drives me nuts.
I used to drive a Dodge Ram 1500, and when I had that truck, I was not as much of a back end guy. I would do the like you find the space that's empty for like 2 in a row and just pull forward through it because then you accomplish the same thing without the 3 points.
Yeah. I'll get better. I'm going to learn from this mistake, and I'll be a better person for it tomorrow. Ty literally just told me, he's like, dude, we're going to laugh about this in a few years. I'm like, hey, I'm not laughing, man. Right. I'm upset about the decision or event that I caused. All right, we're going to move on. Let's talk about the Broncos, Richie. I do want Tribe participation here, not just for Tribe Roll Call, but the things you may believe absolutely 100% have to be cleaned up before the playoffs, or they're going to lose, or these little things you might want to nitpick on and go, yep, got to be better. What are those things? So I think first and foremost, we start on the offensive side, Richie, because that's where a lot of the issues have stemmed.
The majority.
For these Denver Broncos. So, Bo, first up, are we concerned about where Bo is, what he's playing like, and then specifically those happy feet that returned in the last couple of weeks?
I wouldn't say that I'm overly concerned. Because, again, I do think that underlying beneath the surface within Bo Nix is that even though he doesn't like him, he's got a little bit of that dog in him. He's got a little bit of that shark because he's afraid of dogs. And he rises to the occasion. So I'm already going into this divisional round playoff game mentally saying, you know what? It's probably not going to look the way I want it to look for a quarter and a half, maybe the whole first half. It might be midway through the third quarter before all of a sudden things start to kick on. But, like you're trying to pull your lawnmower, your snowblower. Yeah. It's like 17 pulls in a row, and you're like, this is going to be the one. Yeah. And when it finally kicks on, we're in business. I feel like the Broncos and some offensively are kind of like a cold snowblower. But I believe that Sean Payton is going to have this team offensively dialed in and locked in. I think we've seen some experimentation intentionally with Sean Payton, mixing in a little bit more Jaleel McLaughlin, trying to get things dialed in the running back room. And I think, if you listen to the people on Twitter, the Broncos' game plan was so vanilla because Sean Payton's just holding this treasure trove of plays that he didn't want to show the Chargers in case they play him again in 2 weeks. I'm a little bit concerned, but I'm not any more concerned than I was for the majority of their games this season, 14 of which turned out the right way.
Yeah. To me, it's weird about Bo Nix and those happy feet that I was talking about returning because you go whenever that mini bye was, you played the Raiders on Thursday night, November 6th. Then he got better. Then he had the bye week, and he continued to get better. But then you can go back to that Jacksonville game where you're like, hey, you look uncomfortable again in the pocket. Kansas City, you look uncomfortable again in the pocket. Los Angeles, certainly in the first half, you look uncomfortable again in the pocket. And I don't know. Like, Bo's really good at not taking sacks, which means he doesn't get hit a lot. And maybe that's something in the back of his mind. Like, I don't want to get hit. Who would blame him for that? Those guys are giant human beings on the other side. But, man, you got to stand in there. You got to be willing to take that hit. You know you're going to climb north into the pocket and step up into a throw, knowing sometimes you're going to take a lick to deliver a dime. And I feel like Bo is a little hesitant to do that right now at this point of his NFL career. And like I said, afraid seems like a weird word to use, but not wanting to get hit over and over again, all right, I can get that. But that's a part of the job description, Richie. You sign up to step up into the pocket, deliver a throw on time and accurate, no matter what it may cost your body to do. That's what his job is.
Yeah, and I think that Bo Nix has accepted that. I think he understands that. And I think mentally that's where he is. I think when you get the happy feet and you get certain other, less desirable from a mechanic standpoint moments, because he's trying to extend and make a play happen, like we saw where he's scrambling out to the right-hand side and he's falling over like Mahomes-esque and throws that pass to Courtland Sutton that 9 times out of 10 does not get completed for a touchdown,
right.
But we got the one, right? If I want something more from Bo Nix going into this playoff game, I want more happy feet from Bo Nix, happy in a sense that he's running the football.
Mm-hmm.
I want more designed runs and or scramble runs from Bo Nix to help move the chains or move it to a manageable down and distance. Turn 2nd and 8 into 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 4, right? Instead of trying to force a pass downfield, now you're at 3rd and 8 kind of situation. Yep. I want more of that going into that. Sounds like Sean Payton wants a little bit more of that and has communicated that with Bo. And I think that's fair because I think if you look back on the film from these last handful of weeks, I think we can all point to 3, 4, 5 moments in a game where you can go, hey, Bo probably could have ran that there and picked up another 5 yards or so, maybe even a first down, maybe a touchdown.
Dude, since JK went down, that was one of my things. I'm like, just let him run some more. And you can't do 10 quarterback design runs, but you can add an element to your game plan that allows you to run the football. Cecil actually had the number. This is why I came up with the take. Every Super Bowl team since 2000 have averaged 114 yards rushing a game. The Broncos get there. Can they do that with just RJ and Jaleel? I'm hesitant to say yes that they can. Can they do it with RJ, Jaleel, and then a handful of Bo designed runs or scrambles, as you just said? Yeah, I think they can.
I think they can too. And to be honest with you, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to rush it back. But I just have this weird feeling that we're going to get some announcement or some news that J.K. Dobbins is progressing really, really well. I don't think it'll be in time for the divisional round, but it's been so quiet on that front, and I think we're just going to get hit with that Mike Cliss 9 News thread, or it'll be from a national insider, whatever it is, that it's like, J.K. Dobbins is doing really well. Maybe he has a chance to play, but he's not going to or whatever. And if that happens, if the Broncos can get out of this game in the divisional round, and then J.K. Dobbins is able to return, man, do I feel a lot more confident about the offensive worries and issues that we're talking about.
I want to keep this going because I want to talk about Sean's game plan, the playmakers on the outside, and then, of course, the defense. Couple quick texts for Tribe roll call. Alex G texting in. What's up, Alex? He says, what's good, Tribe? Just out here delivering food today. Sorry about your crappy morning. Don't be sorry to me. Be sorry to Ty. It'll get better, though. How about them Nuggets last night? Watson going off. Do the Nuggets have a decision to make with how well he's playing? 100% they do. He might be playing himself right out of Denver because of the bag that a team may offer. And that's something we can kick around a little bit later, too. I still feel as good as Peyton Watson's been, and he's been outstanding, I don't know that I'm ready to get into apron number 2 for a 6-man off of your bench.
And you're already,
I know I'm not,
when you're
actually.
factoring in next season, you're already there. You're like, I think they're $1.2 million projected under the second apron going into next season when the other extensions and things kick in. You got AG and Christian Brown and all that stuff. So they already have nowhere to move unless they go over to that. And this wouldn't be just like going over it. This would be stomping, kicking the door down into it.
And by the way, this is for Drew. Tribe roll call. Volleyball Mike. Y'all are crazy. Parking my Tacoma backwards is easier. do it about 10 times a day because he's out there selling wines and spirits all over West Denver and Summit County.
I should say that I was like 19, 20 years old when I had that truck. So I think I might have just been a little bit more intimidated by doing it. And
Sure.
I didn't have the same backup camera kind of stuff and all that. But you would think it would be easier to just, with the truck, to just swing it in and back it in if you've got the lane for it. But didn't work out for you this morning.
Yeah,
so.
and feel free to make fun of me. I'm getting it all over the text. I deserve this today. I deserve what I have got. Hit us up at 303-713-1043. RamosLaw.com text line. Don't forget to throw your name on the end of your text there. Let's talk about Sean's game plan, the lack of running game, and how about wide receiver drops? Is that a concern rolling into the postseason? That conversation's next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Payton Manning here. Throughout my football career, staying healthy was a big priority, but bumps, bruises, and injuries were part of the game. And for me, it's not just the clinical excellence and expertise that sets a medical team apart. It's also the compassion, kindness, and empathy they show. At Common Spirit Health, healing is quality care and human kindness. And my friends at Common Spirit are teaming up with their partners to spread human kindness and create healthy communities. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
When it's cold, the last thing you want is your home's heater to quit on you. At 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, our team of comfort specialists take the frustration out of the equation. From simple repairs to more complex fixes, we'll get you warm and comfortable quickly. Just call 855-1HOUR or visit onehourair.com. Don't forget, we're
Always on time, or you don't pay it time. Always on time, or you don't pay it time.
independently owned and operated, licensed in their respective state or county.
Whatever you're looking for when you head out into the wild, keep an open mind. Sometimes the real treasure is the journey itself. Sure enough, there's treasure out there. Sometimes it's something you didn't expect to find. And more often than not, it's as simple as the memories you make. Make some memories of your own with a new vehicle from Corwin Toyota. Family driven for over 100 years.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The college football playoff isn't over. Not yet. That epic run, that wild dream, not over till the clock hits 0. Till the stadium shakes. Till the wild things are let loose. Till the trophy is lifted and the confetti falls. This is the national championship. When it's over, you'll feel it. This is the wild world of college football. The CFP National Championship, Monday, January 19th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN and the ESPN app.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by the National Western Stock Show, January 10th through the 25th. Tickets at nationalwestern.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, college football playoff action continues as Miami faces Ole Miss starting at 7.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to continue our conversation of things we want to see cleaned up, be better for the Denver Broncos as they await their opponent in the divisional round, and they'll get to host said opponent. Could know if the Chargers are able to beat the Patriots. Well, that's it. They're the lowest seed. They would be coming to the Mile High City, and we'd be doing that same song and dance for the third time this season. That's another thing, Richie, we can talk about throughout the day. Cecil and I disagreed on the path. Cecil wants the gauntlet. Oh, yeah, you came in here and chatted about it with him. I said I want
drives me nuts.
Rodgers just to send him home crying. Yeah. And then I actually do want New England. I want to see that. I want to know what that looks like against a really good team with a second-year quarterback.
Are we 100% sure New England's going to beat the Chargers in the first round?
No.
I don't know. Again, I just have this weird feeling that it has not clicked for Justin Herbert in the postseason. He's been that epitome of the regular season darling, and then because of mounting injuries and or matchups, whatever it is, even when it seemed to be favorable, like it kind of was when the Chargers played the Texans last year, right? I remember going to that game, all right, this is going to be the one where Justin Herbert breaks through. And then they got donkey kicked for 4 quarters. I just have this weird feeling that eventually the other shoe's going to drop for Justin Herbert in the postseason, and I think this sets up to be it in a year where there's no clear-cut favorite in the American Football Conference.
You're right. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, I guess Steelers-Texans doesn't really – that's that Monday night game. I assume the Texans are going to go in there and handle business.
I think it's the least probable outcome in the entire NFL playoff bracket, but if the Steelers could somehow beat the Texans, man, that would just be – you know what? I have had a grudge against Aaron Rodgers for half a decade now, and I'll never forgive him. But this one's personal to me, not just because he's an ayahuasca, loser. He cost me one of my best sports betting moments of my entire life.
Really?
Yeah, he cost me $1,000.
Oh, okay. You should hate him then.
By losing to the 49ers in the divisional round, 13-10. When the 49ers didn't even score an offensive touchdown with Jimmy G.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The only touchdown in that game, which makes it even more painfully full circle, a return for a touchdown by Talanoa Hufanga.
Oh, wow.
Yep. He cost me, and I told him I'd never forget him.
And now he's a Bronco.
I'd never forgive Aaron Rodgers for that. But I will consider lifting my half-a-decade-long grudge if he can beat the Texans and the Broncos get to have Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers with that broken team, even though Kenneth Gainwell and Jalen Warren, they're figuring some things out, and Aaron Rodgers is playing better than we've seen in recent years. I think the Broncos would be salivating at that matchup, and I think we'd be talking about, booking arrangements for an AFC championship and eventual Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's what I want. So if that's the case, and we get to the divisional round, and Aaron Rodgers' old ass is coming to Denver, can hit up the mushroom stores, I guess, while he's here. What are we worried about? We talked about Bo and his feet. How about Sean play calling in his game plan? Cecil and I talked about this yesterday, the conversation. Everybody's just so in love right now with Jaleel McLaughlin. He's the current flavor of the week in the Mile High City. I was pleasantly surprised. I wanted to see some more out of Jaleel in that season finale to see if he has earned more reps going into this. But the game planning for Sean Payton, all right, you need to run the football. You need to trust in your defense a little bit more. It's going to slow down a little bit in the postseason, and time of possession matters all that much more. Do I trust Sean to do that? I'm not quite sure. Bo Nix in his second year led the NFL in pass attempts, and I don't think that's a good stat for Bo Nix. So that's something that Bo and his feet, I'm a little worried about. Like 1 to 10 scale, I'm at like a 3 of him not stepping up.
Yeah.
Sean's play calling, it's not astronomical, but it's a little bit higher. I'll go like a 5 on that side of my worry scale.
I don't know if I'm worried about it. Maybe that's the wrong way to phrase it. But if you're asking me something I want to see more of or a return of in this divisional round game that I think has kind of gone by the wayside down the back half of this season, man, I want to see this Broncos defense get after the quarterback more. That beginning stretch of the season where Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper were leading the NFL in sacks as a tandem. Nick Bonito was leading it individually over the eventual record breaker Myles Garrett, over, Brian Burns and some of these other regular, perennial, favorites in that category. I think there's so much about Vance Joseph's style of defense with the aggression that he likes to blitz with and the back-end coverage holding up the way that it can, but has kind of regressed in the month of December for 2 consecutive years now. I think those guys up front getting on their horses and getting after the quarterback again makes so much of that go away. And I think that, again, similar to how we saw, if we're pulling parallels from 10 years ago in Super Bowl 50, man, Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, Derek Wolfe, Malik Jackson, those guys were an unstoppable force and were just putting quarterbacks in blenders all game. And this Broncos offense, which tends to have a little bit of a sputtering start, similar to how the shell of himself, Peyton Manning, in that offense was at times, that's how you kickstart it. That's how you survive those quarter-long, half-long stretches where the offense is finding its footing, finding its rhythm, is the defense stepping up. And this team is built that way. So if you want to know something I want to see more of, maybe even more than I want to see certain things on offense, I want to see the defense look like it did in the first, 6 weeks of the season.
Show us that's actually who you are. Because we hit December last year and everybody went, oh, you're down Riley Moss. That's why it's out. Well, everybody healthy this year. Greenlaw missed a couple games, but they looked all right with Greenlaw to start the season when he wasn't going. I'm with you. That defense, that goes back to time of possession. You have a 10-play drive, a 12-play drive that takes 8 minutes off the clock, and then you force a 3 and out, and you do that all over again. What's your opponent going to look like in the fourth quarter at 5,280 feet?
Especially if, as he's done for the better part of the last handful of years here, especially if the leader in that charge, ironically, is Zach Allen. If that dude is just a heat-seeking missile up the middle, what's the shortest distance between 2 points? A straight line.
Yeah.
Yep. And Zach Allen has a straight line directly to the quarterback opposite of him. And so just like we saw Aaron Donald do in L.A. for so long, if Zach Allen, as he's done a very good job of since he's been a Denver Bronco, and that's a big part of the reason why he got the extension that he did, if that dude can crater the pressure from the inside and then force teams to have to move guys inside, to pinch inside instead of double teaming outside on the Bonitos and the Coopers. Again, it can come. The Broncos have the ability to have it come from anywhere.
That's right.
I just want it to come from somewhere more than it has been in the last month.
Tell us, Tribe members, what are your worries, your concerns going into the divisional round? We'll catch up on the text line and the YouTube page, and we'll revisit that conversation a little bit later on in the show. Quick shout out to Jordan J. He's working up at UPS in Superior. I listen every day. Y'all are my drive home. Appreciate the stories and coverage. LOL. But Dover, you got to be patient. It's key, man. I wasn't even in a hurry, honestly. I'm just an idiot and wasn't paying that close of attention.
Yeah, it would actually be, I feel like it would be easier to reconcile with if you were just like, I was in a hurry, that was being stupid, I'll be, what I mean? It's like, no, this was me being normal, and I just, missed it.
Yeah, not paying enough attention. But Jay, appreciate you, my man. And again, I'm going to do this every segment. I'm sorry, Ty. Ty, I am sorry for what has gone down. Gave me the thumbs up. That's secret code for I'm about to twist your face off.
He's like, I'm fine now, but you're not going to be later.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Richie, let's go inside the internet. I mentioned that we were going to do this at 10:45. Mark Spears got to sit down with Jamal Murray. Interesting to hear how Jamal changed his offseason and now what it has led to. You'll find out what he did next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Babe, your arms look amazing. Working out is paying off.
Thanks. I just wish my chest matched. No matter what I do, I'm frustrated with my man boobs.
Hey, don't beat yourself up. More than half of men have gynecomastia. It's gland tissue, not laziness. Same thing is happening to my friend Trisha's husband. He went to Dr. Cameron Dastery at Modern Surgical Arts of Denver.
For real? You get good results?
He got great results. Call him, honey.
Call today. They're offering complimentary consultations for the fan listeners. 303-470-3400 or at modernsurgicalarts.com.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. Hey, I got a real cool story I wanted to share with you. Many years ago, my lovely wife Kimberly wrote down a prayer that said, God, make me a lighthouse so I can be a light to others when they're in a dark place. She filed that card away both in her heart and her prayer box. And then about 3 years ago, I asked my wife to leave her job in corporate America and come help me open up 303 Law 4040. And she absolutely loves it. She really feels like helping other people when they are hurting and don't know what to do is her calling. So here's the really cool part. A few weeks ago, a client came in to pick up a check and said to Kim, I really want to thank you. You were a lighthouse to me when I was in a dark place. It gave me chills when Kim told me that. If you've been hurt in an accident, it really is our honor to help you in your time of need. Call us anytime at 303 Law 4040, where you always get to speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly. That's 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, feeling cooped up this winter? Mark Schlereth here. You know these Colorado nights can get freezing cold with your furnace running non-stop just to keep things cozy. But here's the thing. While your heating system is working overtime, it's also blowing dust, dirt, and debris through your air ducts and straight into the air you breathe. That's where Ductworks comes in. Your trusted air duct cleaning experts. Using a powerful combination of scraping and vacuuming technology, the Ductworks team clears out years of buildup, grime, and other gunk hiding in your ductwork. The results? Cleaner, fresher air, better energy efficiency, and a healthier home or office for you and your family. Don't wait until spring. Breathe easier now with top-rated service from Ductworks. Call them at 303-425-0985 or visit them online today at ductworks.com for a free residential or commercial estimate.
303-425-0985.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Sometimes weather and body pain can slow you down. But don't let the pain stop you. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief, so you can keep moving. Use as directed.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
What's going down inside the internet that you need to know about? Well, Richie Carney and I are going to tell you. Richie's sitting in for Cecil for the next couple of days. And I mentioned this to start the show, a story with Marcus Spears talking with our Denver Nugget guard Jamal Murray. Marcus writing for Andscape and has a nice little sit down with Jamal. Opens up and Mark is asking Jamal, hey, what's been changed here? How you playing so good? Jamal says, quote, I'm just hooping. And then he and Mark go on to continue to have a conversation about what he's done, how much it's different this year. And Jamal says a couple of things that I think are very interesting. One of his first quotes is him playing and what it's feeling like right now. Jamal says, quote, I'm just playing free, man. I'm having fun. Trying to get these guys organized. We have a great high IQ basketball team, so it's easy to bring them along. I have to have fun and play free. And that's what the team is allowing me to do. Mark then goes on to ask him, hey, what's kind of changed about your offseason approach? That's the question from Spears. Jamal says, I was banged up. I played through it in the past, kind of going under the radar with it, doing everything I can, still sacrificing, but just playing through my injury woes. And then I'd get to the offseason, and he'd continue to play basketball. He says, then this summer and in other summers, I thought I worked too hard. In other summers, he thought, if I took time off like old vets did back in the day, maybe my body will be fine. This summer, he said, I had a very clear mind. Leadership was great all summer. I continued to work throughout the offseason, and he did less basketball activities. He tells Mark Spears, I actually just started like working my body out instead of running and shooting and doing things that you do in a basketball workout and a routine. He focused on his body. And then he says, so now I'm back healthy. I'm good. I'm in a good space. Now I'm just playing, and it's noticeable on the court. He notices it. We certainly notice it. Career highs in points, rebounds, assists, shooting percentage, all the things that Jamal is doing is certainly noticeable. And it's strange. It might sound strange of like, so wait, you did less basketball and now you're better at basketball.
Yeah, and that's a really, fine line that I think athletes have to walk, but it's also just a statement on, like fitness in general, right? Like, yeah, if you're a professional basketball player, if you want to get better at basketball, of course, your brain straight line, again, immediately goes to, well, I'm just going to live in the gym. I'm going to shoot, X amount of free throws every single day. I'm going to run suicides. I'm going to blah, blah, blah. But in reality, just being a better overall fit human being or athlete will translate on the basketball court when you are not as tired at certain points in the game, and therefore your shooting form is better. Your cardiovascular endurance allows you to do X, Y, and Z. So I think that it's clearly a different approach from Jamal Murray and one that's translating, but I think that's probably something that's common across all athletes, across all sports. I mean, we see it in the NFL and other sports too, where guys just do different things to challenge their body that have nothing to do with whatever their job is as an offensive lineman or as a wide receiver or as a defenseman in hockey, but it requires a certain level of fitness to do it. And if you're just in better shape overall, things are probably going to fall for you in other aspects of your life.
Right. One more from Mark Spears. He asks Jamal about the All-Star. Hey, dreaming of making an All-Star team? You haven't been able to check that box quite yet. And Jamal responds to Spears, I'm dreaming of all of it. All-Star, everything, scoring championship, MVP, all of it, end quote from Jamal Murray. Now, look, he's probably not going to win MVP when Nicole is on his team. But the fact that that's now in his mind, and he's saying it out loud. There's another thing you asked me earlier, kind of like what's changed in Jamal. And, of course, everybody has to recognize that, me included. That's something else that, like, in the past, and my past, I worked with the team for a long time. He was always too cool for school. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing that.
I'm just doing this until I figure out how to make a career in UFC.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even like the, Paz, the DJ, he gets to do this thing with all the players on media day that then they air throughout the season. And it's a fun game. But Jamal will be like, nah, I don't really want to do that stuff. He's just more open up to sitting down, doing these interviews. I think it's actually, people might think this is a lame take, but I don't really care. Like, he's showing some vulnerability, saying, I want to be an all-star. I want to be an MVP. I want to be the scoring champ.
And you know what?
It takes some courage to say that out loud to a dude like Mark Spears.
You know what else it takes? Maturity.
Yeah.
And I think that's been something, you can label it a different word if you want to label it professionalism, right? I've heard the Drive and Zach and those guys use it in that aspect as well. Like, Jamal has had an unprofessional approach to basketball in the past. He's sick for X amount of days, but then he comes back randomly, or he had to be helped off the court, but then he dropped, 50 points the next night. He's at Blackhawk at 2:30 in the morning before a game, the day before a game, whatever it is. I think you have a certain level of maturity that you reach that allows you to become vulnerable and therefore changes your perspective on things. And I think we might be seeing that coincide with what also appears to be, and maybe they're probably linked together, but a physical transformation for Jamal. Just an entirely different unilateral approach to basketball. And there really couldn't be a better time for it to happen, right?
Yeah. You know what else just popped in my head as you were describing kind of his maturity? He's a father. I don't have kids. You don't have kids.
Nope.
Like, Drew, we could ask Drew. I'm sure that changes everybody's
that I
life
know of, at least.
and an approach of what they want to do moving forward. You know what I mean? You're no longer living for yourself and going, it's just about me and I love MMA. I'm just good at basketball. Well, it's like, all right, I do have to provide and maybe create or set forth this legacy because now this young person shares my last name.
Yeah. And if you're looking to create a legacy and you're changing all these aspects about your worldview, the way you approach life, the way you approach your work, etc., I think in Jamal's case, what it may be unlocking is something that they definitely had, in the 18, 19, 20, 21, really the maturation point of this core of young Nuggets players, hunger.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray saying, hey, I want to be the scoring champion. I want to be the MVP. I want all those things. That's a hungry Jamal Murray who's going to go out there and hunt for it.
Yeah.
And I've said, you can argue consistency and all that stuff, but man, Jamal Murray is one of those players, even at the 1% of the 1% in the NBA, when Jamal Murray is on and his shot is falling, he is as dynamic and as fun to watch as any player in the NBA, and he can get it from literally anywhere on the basketball court. And when he's in that flow state, if I'm going to go a little crunchy like Cecil there, he does hunt for those things. He loves to heat check himself and take shots that make you go, I probably wouldn't have done that. And then it goes in, and then it goes in again, and again, and again. And it's just like this, from a defensive standpoint, you got to just be helpless watching it happen. It's Anthony Davis, right? Jamal Murray hit a shot or whatever it is. But that element of Jamal Murray's game and that part of his personality as an athlete, I think we're seeing some of that fire start to be stoked again. And again, they couldn't have it or need it at a more perfect time than right now and in this season as a whole.
It's a great article. Mark Spears did a great job getting a little insight on Jamal. I just shared it on my Twitter account at Joshua Dover. Is that right? Yes, Joshua Dover. I can never remember my Instagram or Twitter names. But go check it out. If you're a Nuggets fan, it's a very short read, and you're really, really going to like what you see.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah. I can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
If that's the case, Richie, this has to be true because it's a tweet from Adam Schefter. Drew Spivak just shared it with us. What the heck are the Giants doing? The Giants have requested to interview Broncos assistant head coach and special teams coordinator Darren Rizzi for their head coaching vacancy. Why?
Man, maybe they're not getting a lot of people picking up the phone.
They just need a body.
Right. There might be a lot of agents that are like, we're going to let that one go to voicemail. I'm going to do you a favor there. Yeah. But again, I'm not 100% sure why. One, it's in the Big Apple, right? It's in the concrete jungle. True. And Josh, they might have a franchise. I think they got a franchise quarterback brewing there with Jackson Dart. He might be a little quirky and maybe he's not, on a scale of 1 to J.J. McCarthy, he's like a 4 or a 5. But man, that guy has shown the ability to make some plays. So if you're ranking the head coaching vacancies, in terms of how attractive they would be to a first-time head coach or to a retread, situation, I don't think the Giants are at the bottom of that list. Sean Payton has talked at length about the ownership and how much he respects the ownership there in New York and how much that can mean to a head coach. We've talked about Vance Joseph going there for those reasons because of the link between that and Sean Payton and taking Davis Webb with him as his OC for the team he used to play quarterback for. So I think that's interesting. I listen, no disrespect at all to Darren Rizzi, but that one surprises me more than Davis Webb.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Who's a positional coach.
Yeah. I mean, Davis Webb, everybody's tweeting, he's like the flavor of the week in the national perspective about how smart he is and his fast rise. But Rizzy, a little strange to me. Maybe I just want to know how Sean is. Figure out what's going on here in the Mile High City.
Rizzy was the interim head coach in New Orleans, right? Was
yes,
he? Yeah.
I believe you're right
Wasn't
on
Darren
that.
Rizzy the interim head coach in New Orleans before they moved on? They hired Kellen Moore or whatever?
I think you're right about that.
Yeah, so maybe it's just like, well, he was an interim head coach before. He's
Pick his
assistant
brain.
head coach now.
All right.
You know, maybe you're just trying to fill a quota of we want to talk to 10 people. I don't know.
Well, it's an interesting move by the
bet
New
they're
York
not gonna
Giants.
hire him.
Probably not. Let's talk to Mike Cliss about the buzz. VJ can certainly get a job. That Davis Webb name you mentioned there, Cease, is he actually going to, Cease, I'm sorry, Richie, is he really going to leave the Broncos and get elevated as soon as next season? Let's ask those questions to Mike Cliss next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Enjoy this run to the playoffs and be safe when you're going to the games or to parties. If you do get into an accident, make the right call to Flanagan Law. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I could achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. I know from personal experience, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Every Christmas, you watch a classic movie. The one with Jimmy Stewart is caring banker George Bailey, and the one with the other kind of banker, Henry Potter. You watch It's a Wonderful Life because you are searching for someone who cares about you, a man like Jimmy Stewart's George Bailey. But you wonder, is the notion of a caring banker a fantasy? This is Glenn Jamarot. I'm president of the Alpine Bank family, member FDIC. Alpine Bank believes in one guiding principle, caring. We believe that if we put our customers and communities first, then everything we all hope for has the chance to come true. The most valuable thing one person can give another is caring. When you care, everything else just follows. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Done right kitchens, baths, finished basements, windows and doors. Brand new year? How about a brand new room or rooms? Hi, Dan Cicchini here. All new kitchen layout and a beautiful new look with a professionally designed total kitchen replacement or possibly a renew of that outdated kitchen with our own unique cabinet refacing and new countertops. Oh yeah. And Todd, what about those other special spaces?
Well, Dad, leaky, moldy, ugly bathrooms? Oh boy, not a space to feel good about. We can help with turnkey shower replacement and more if the entire room needs updated. And is your dingy basement just asking to become an awesome lower level? We'll handle it all start to finish.
All right, Todd, with great pricing options available and bank financing, our schedule's filling fast. Since 1985, kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Done right. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. Come see us at drhi.com. Thanks.
Hey, Colorado, when you're in the market for a new truck or SUV, head to Johnson Auto Plaza. Explore their huge selection of new Chevy, Buick, and GMC trucks and SUVs. Find your new truck or SUV at JohnsonChevyBuickGMC.com. Stop in and experience the Johnson advantage that so many now know. Johnson Auto Plaza is your truck and SUV headquarters. Just north of E470 on Highway 85, JohnsonChevyBuickGMC.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, college football playoff action continues as Miami faces Ole Miss starting at 7.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it?
Oh, yeah. You know that jam. And if you don't, you're new to the show. Hey, how you doing? I'm Josh. Richie sitting in for Cecil today. Kevin and Drew are back there. Appreciate you guys kicking it with us. Being a part of the tribe, that music means one thing. It is time to talk to our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Cliss, and he is presented by Fitness Gallery. Always great to talk to Mike Cliss. We appreciate the time as always, Mike. We were just talking about some news that Adam Schefter shared that I'm sure you're aware of, and Darren Rizzi getting a interview with the New York Giants. Is that a surprise to you, like it feels like to me?
Well, the reason why I think, first of all, he has a good agent, Brian Harlan,
Okay.
based out of Chicago, and he's George Payton's agent. So he's a good one, number one. And number two, Rizzi was interim head coach with the Saints last year, and actually did a pretty good job. And I think he finished second or third in that in that race where they hired Kellen Moore, and I think they did hire the right one. Kellen Moore did a nice job for the Saints this year, and but Rizzi did a pretty good job. And so, besides special teams coordinator, he's got some head coaching experience. And, Jim Harbaugh is out there maybe kind of shaking the trees on the special teams, the head coaches with the special teams roots. And that's where Rizzi is.
Mike, Vance Joseph has kind of become the belle of the ball a little bit in this coaching cycle. Now, obviously, you get names like John Harbaugh and others thrown in there that might shake some things up. But Vance Joseph's interview sheet filled up pretty quickly. What are you hearing about the interest level around the league when it comes to Vance Joseph, and what that could mean for the Broncos if they have to have plans coming up in the near future to replace their defensive coordinator?
Yeah, I think he's going to get a job. I think he's going to get a second chance. There's just way too much interest in him. Like you say, he's got 5. He's got 3 interviews today, probably done with the Ravens right now. Getting ready to interview with the Giants, and then he has the Raiders later today. That's the order. And then he has the Cardinals tomorrow. He had the Titans yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if the Titans, the key is the second interview. Everybody gets a first interview.
Yeah.
And Davis Webb is getting a couple. The key is how viable the candidates are is if they get the second interview. And I think Vance will probably get multiple second interviews. Last year, I think he got 2 Zoom interviews, didn't get a second one. And he should have with the Jets. They went the wrong way with Aaron Glenn. But
they do that a lot.
Yeah,
New York football.
Yeah, but I think he's got a chance. And Davis Webb, that would take a leap of faith because he doesn't call plays. But it has happened before. Zach Taylor didn't call plays, and he was a quarterback coach with the Rams before the Bengals got him a job. I gave him the job, and he maybe struggled his first year, but his second year he was a great choice. And so there's a few of these teams with head coaching opportunities also have young quarterbacks or about to draft a young quarterback, and they need a quarterback whisperer. And the job Davis Webb has done with Bo Nix definitely puts him into the conversation. We'll see how it works for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a second interview also.
Quick follow-up on Davis Webb there, Mike, because I think there's been a lot of speculation about Webb, who has also kind of become a little bit of a flavor of the month from a popularity standpoint with what he's been able to do, like you alluded to, with Bo Nix under Sean Payton and calling plays for that game in the preseason and the praise he got from Jarrett Stidham and others around in league circles. He's got a pretty good thing, it feels like, going here, Mike, as the QB coach under Sean Payton with Bo Nix, but obviously there's ambition and career progression on the table and in the near future for him. If you had to put like a speculative percentage likelihood for a situation where, like, let's say Vance Joseph goes and gets a job, like you think and I think and many people think he will, that Davis Webb could leave and follow Vance Joseph, a defensive-minded head coach, to become the offensive coordinator with a new squad.
Yeah, that's possible. However, in that scenario, and I wouldn't be surprised if one of Vance Joseph's offensive plans, Vance Joseph, when he's in these interviews, he's got to come up with an offensive plan for the owners and the GMs. And my guess is Davis Webb might be part of that. At least, you usually have 3 or 4 options. Option A or B, I wouldn't be surprised if Davis Webb. But the Broncos, I don't know. They'd have to do something special there because the Broncos are not going to want to let Davis Webb go because of Bo, the relationship there with Bo. And I don't know if maybe they can, Sean Payton would be willing to share offensive play calling responsibility or give him play calling responsibility next year, plus a big pay raise to keep him. I think, interviewing is one thing, but I think the Broncos are going to have to want a final say. And they may not let him. I'm not sure what their options are, but they may not let him go for just an offensive coordinator. It might have to be a head coach for him to go, for the Broncos to give him permission to leave. They'd obviously sweeten things for him, but that's just a guess on my part, but I know they love him. And he is, you said he was popular. One reason why Davis Webb's so popular is he's just got off the playing field. It's just 3 years. He started the last game of 2022 for the Giants and went right to coaching. So not too many people do that.
Talking with our buddy Mike Cliss, our 9 News Broncos insider. Mike, go back to VJ for a second for me. What's the consolation prize if he leaves here? Is it 2 third-round picks that the Broncos would get? And then does that just mean, hey, Jim Leonhard is the guy in line, or would they have an outside search and interview some folks for that gig?
Well, that would be a Sean Payton call. My guess is Jim Leonhard will be considered, but they will look outside too. I mean, they'll look at 3 or 4 candidates. They won't just give it to Jim Leonhard. Jim Leonhard's, I think, going to draw some coordinator interest here soon too. His name has come up with the Cowboys here the last couple of days because of his relationship with Brian Schottenheimer. I think with Vance Joseph, the 2 third-round picks, one this year and one 2027, that's a pretty enticing thing for the Broncos. But make no mistake about this. If the Broncos lose Vance Joseph, that's a blow. He's good. I mean, he's really good. And he is running that defense. And the next guy who they bring in will not be as good as Vance Joseph. I mean, he's been on fire. He's got that defensive coordinator thing figured out. He had it with Miami. He basically was running the defense off and on with Joe Woods when he was the head coach here. And then he had it going with Miami or Arizona the last couple of years that he was there. He was there 5 years. And he's probably the biggest reason why they got the number 1 seed, that defense.
You're right.
And so that would be a blow if they lose Vance Joseph. Having said that, obviously the Broncos wouldn't stand in the way of him getting a head coaching job. And the 2 third-round picks would be a nice compensation package, if you will.
Yeah, nice little severance package there for the Broncos. Mike, always great stuff. We're always looking forward to Thursday at 11 o'clock. Hear that Green Day and get some insight from you. Keep up the great work, man. We'll talk to you again next week.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is, Mike Cliss at Mike Cliss 9 News on Twitter. He's our 9 News Broncos insider presented by Fitness Gallery. They sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Richie, let's react to a couple of things that he just talked about there. Would you rather have, Broncos country, VJ back in the fold, or a couple extra third-round draft picks to see what George and Sean Payton could do with them? We'll kick that around next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
How's that resolution coming for you, fellas? Was your resolution to take care of erectile dysfunction? One resolution, pleasing 2 people in your life? That's what you can do at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. When those pills or herbals fail, and I always tell you, please don't put that stuff in your body. You have no idea what's in that box at the gas station that you just bought. Go see my team, a professional team at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Why not make you the next man that they treat? They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. So if you're dealing with ED, here's what you need to do. Set up your first appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Only going to cost you $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll draw your blood, tell you what your T and PSA levels are, and if medically advised, they're going to give you a test dose right there in the office. If that test dose doesn't work for your ED, they don't want your money. You hear what I said earlier? It works in over 90% of men, and you could be having sex as soon as the next day. What more do you need, fellas? Stop putting it off. Your excuses are getting old. Deal with ED today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. A lot of new firms aren't even from Colorado, but we are.
For 47 years, we've known Colorado law, we fought for our neighbors, and we won for our community. If you've been injured, call 303-GOOD-LAW.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33, 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports.
All right, let's react to a couple things we just got from our buddy Mike Cliss. As it's Richie Carney sitting in for one Cecil Lammy. Update real quick on Truckgate here at the studio. The Fujis are here. We've talked. I came back to the studio without any broken bones. We're going to go check out what they can do to fix Ty's truck. And then hopefully we're all good there. Hopefully we're doing all right.
You get to go into hour number 2 with a clearer conscience now. You got to go face-to-face with Mr. and Mrs. Fuji.
Yeah.
Was Brother Fuji there as a little intimidation?
No, Tanner wasn't there,
okay.
Luckily.
Yeah.
I've
Just
seen Tanner
mugging
fight.
you in the back. Yeah.
That's right.
You've seen what I do for a living, right?
I feel a little bit better. I still feel like a complete you-know-what, but a little bit better now that we're on the right side of this. All right, good stuff from Mike Cliss. Always enjoy talking to Mike and picking the brain of one Mike Cliss. All right, Richie, you tell me. Now, I feel like we're all going to say the same thing, but what are they going to do with these 2 third-round picks? 2 third-round picks are pretty huge, dude. Rounds 1 through 3, you get starters in the
Quinn
NFL
Miners
draft.
was a third-round pick. Riley
point.
Moss, third-round pick.
Boom. And 2 guys that are key cogs on this squad right now. Would you rather have VJ come back for a year and then maybe leave, or say see you later and get these 2 third-round picks? And then maybe, Vance wasn't Sean's first choice. It was old Uncle Vic there in Philly, and I'm not sure he's going to leave the Eagles, depending on, I guess, what happens here in the postseason. But maybe it's, hey, I can now go get somebody that I wanted before you, and I get 2 third-round picks. Not the worst severance package.
This question that you just asked kind of inherently splits the room on one of the biggest philosophical approaches to sports, right? And maybe to life, I suppose. But if we're just talking about it in sports, it's the now versus the a little while from now, right? Which one's more important to you? Which one do you have a clearer vision of? And then, how do the cards fall in each of those different scenarios? I actually think a lot of our Denver teams, and the Broncos have thrust themselves into this conversation suddenly. The Nuggets and the Avs have lived there for about half a decade or so. I think it's more about the now with the Broncos. I think that they are ahead of schedule. Maybe some might argue they're too far ahead of schedule. They've gotten so far out in front of their skis that we are, it's crazy to think that 2 seasons ago how we were viewing this team compared to now, and certainly 3 or 4 seasons ago compared to now. But you heard Mike Cliss say it in the previous segment, Josh. Vance Joseph is the biggest reason, arguably, why they've won 14 out of 17 games this season. He's got this defensive coordinator thing figured out. Yes, there are moments, on the back half of the season in December, the defense has looked a little leaky for a couple of years, but the first handful of months of the season looked pretty good, and the Broncos are in a position where they're now 2 home playoff games away from a Super Bowl. I'd like the Broncos to be with that similar vibe and feeling again next year, too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they will be without Vance Joseph, regardless, frankly, of who they hire, because as Mike Cliss said, whoever they hire is probably not going to be as good as Vance Joseph, at least not in that first year.
Right.
And we've got Bo Nix on a rookie contract right now. This is a window that the Broncos, maybe themselves, Sean Payton knew they were in it because he said it before the season, but I didn't really think they were truly there in my heart of hearts. They've proved me wrong in that regard. I think I would rather have Vance Joseph for one more year to say, hey, let's say the Broncos win the Super Bowl this year. Let's run it back. Let's go back-to-back the way that the 90s Broncos
sounds
did.
nice.
Right? Or let's say they get to the AFC Championship game and they stumble. Let's say they stumble in the divisional round, which could happen. The AFC is wide open. I'd want to have that bad taste in my mouth rolling into the 2026 season where it's like, all right, the gang is still here. The band is together.
You're running it back.
We're going to go back and get it. Hey, we lost in the wild card round last year. We lost in the divisional round or the AFC Championship this year. Year 3 is a Super Bowl.
I'm probably with you that for right now, I'd want to keep VJ around, at least for another year. And I'm seeing a few of these texts coming in on the RamosLaw.com text line. Folks are talking about, well, the last 2 Decembers, he's fallen off. 970 texter. I want a D coordinator with a signature December, without a signature December slide. It's from Brian up in Evans, Colorado. I understand the frustration.
That's a gamble, though,
but dude,
Josh.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Are we going to let our frustrations in December trick our eyeballs into telling us that the grass is greener on the other side? Because as much as December sucked last year, and by the way, we're talking about a slide in December this year, they won 14 games and are the number 1 overall seed.
Multiple of which in December.
And look, think about this. This popped into my head as you were describing what VJ brings to the table. Remember when he got hired and one of the questions was, hey, are you going to come in here and change all of this? And his answer was, no, I'm going to learn what they do. We're going to agree upon a new terminology so that the defenses or the offenses from a year ago don't know our terms pre-snap, and all adjust so that the players don't have to do that much. Richie, I don't need to tell you, but I'll tell you, that is very unique in the coaching world, especially from an older gentleman like Vance Joseph, when it's usually, this is my system, this is what I do, learn it or sit on the bench. What's the next guy going to do? Well, if it's Jim Leonard, all right, are you going to keep it exactly the same? You're going to put your own little twist on it so that guys have to learn, and then you're kind of starting a process all over again.
The Broncos being in the position they're in, they didn't just trip and fall into it. They got to this point where they are 14-3, best team in the AFC in terms of seeding, tied with the Patriots, obviously. They didn't trip and fall into it. They got there because of very intentional, systematic decisions by the people in charge, from Greg Penner down to George Payton and Sean Payton in the front office, and into the coordinator and even, quarterback coaching sphere with guys like Vance Joseph, Davis Webb, etc. That conscious, intentional decision by Vance Joseph to put his own ego aside, especially after a 70 to 20, 70 to 20, whatever it was.
Oh, it was 20, you're right.
Yeah, drubbing. Yeah, there was some garbage time.
Yeah. I blacked out in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Especially after that point where you would argue as a defense unit, as a defensive coordinator, there's no lower point than having a margin of loss of 50 in an NFL game.
Yeah.
To continue forging down that path, to have the guts to say, hey, I know this is what it looks like right now, but the light is at the end of the tunnel. I can see it, and we're almost there. For Sean Payton to trust in that vision, and the team as a whole is reaping the benefits of that. This is kind of a similar situation to that texter that said on the RamosLaw.com text line, yeah, I want a defensive coordinator that doesn't have the signature December slide. My response would be, one, how fortunate is it that a defense can drop off a little bit in December and win 14 out of 17 games in a season?
Right.
How fortunate is it that the defense sets such a high bar in September, October, and November that a slide in December still has them in a position to make a legitimate playoff run?
That's a great point.
Okay. And again, you talk about the grass greener analogy. That's something that NFL coaches and coordinators and teams experience every single year. The Baltimore Ravens parted ways with John Harbaugh, who brought them a Super Bowl and then reinvented his entire offense around Lamar Jackson after transitioning from Joe Flacco, and has created an MVP caliber quarterback, or helped, I should say, create an MVP caliber quarterback there, and a team that is a perennial postseason contender outside of this year. Are the Baltimore Ravens 100% sure that the head coaching grass is going to be greener? I think it's a gamble. And it's one thing if you're taking that gamble with a head coach, but to take that gamble unnecessarily with a defensive coordinator when things seem to be working pretty well, I just think is unnecessary to force it. If he leaves for a better opportunity, then you're just reacting to what's in front of you. But to kind of almost say that, like, good, I hope that he gets and takes a job. Give me those 2 third-round picks. Because I mentioned Quinn Miners and Riley Moss are third-round picks. You don't have to go back that far in the Broncos draft Rolodex to find some third-round picks that you're like,
no,
okay.
You don't.
Yeah.
Well, we got early on when we asked the question, a lot of people were leaning to give me those picks. Just a quick poll on the RamosLaw.com text line. It's starting to balance out a little bit. John from Aurora is one of many that have texted in. He says it a little differently. F them picks. Selfishly, I want VJ back. We have a lot of young talent. Plus, think about next year not paying Russ anymore, have some money to spend in free agency. And then I'll add to John's take. Not all that's going to go to Sean so he can play fantasy football. You imagine they're going to address some things on the defensive side. So another texter. This is PDP. Vance Joseph, period. Pay him, please, to keep him around. So it's actually a nice little healthy split here on the text line.
I asked James Palmer that earlier this week of like, hey, listen, I know that, Vance, he had just the one confirmed interview with the Titans at that time, and obviously his sheet filled up pretty quickly after that. But I asked James Palmer that question of like, hey, James, is it as simple when we're talking about the Broncos coaching staff and keeping the band together, if that's what the Sean Payton and the organization really want, to just, pick up the phone, call Greg Penner and say, hey, I need a couple of zeros that we can add to a certain paycheck, or 2, if you want to count Davis Webb in there too.
Sure.
And Greg Penner, the richest ownership group in professional sports, maybe the biggest gift that Broncos country's been given in a long time, says, hey, you know what? I see the vision. It makes sense from a business perspective and does it. I asked him, is it that simple? And in theory, it can be that simple. But VJ wants to be a head coach again. He wants to validate himself in a way that John Elway and the organization that he was a part of years and years ago did not allow him to.
He got wronged.
Mm-hmm. I truly, truly believe that. And Vance is such a good guy. He's just so even-keeled. And he's obviously, because of some of the points that you pointed out with his approach to the defense, been humbled over the course of his NFL career and has come out stronger for it. I want it for him, but I'd be okay if it didn't happen for another year or so.
Yeah.
To go back to the original point of this conversation.
It's like you want to celebrate a guy, but it's like, I also like to be selfish for my reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to see you win more.
I want you to be happy, but I don't want to have to be sad.
Yeah.
I want to make that very clear.
It's I just want her to be happy. No, what about me?
Yeah.
What about me too? All right, we'll continue our Broncos conversation.
I want her to be happy. I just want to be happier.
Right. If you could pick one player to unlock, maybe it is somebody on VJ's defense, or perhaps it's one of Bo Nix's playmakers, one of the guys in the running back room. Perhaps it's that tight end that hadn't really shown up yet. Who would you unlock for a Super Bowl run that the Broncos are about to go on? Let's kick that around next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, Get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and yet the results last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Dr. Tanya Pauls and Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment using your own natural hair. Advanced Hair restores your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning, and they guarantee your new hair will grow for life. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're ready to improve your health. But if you're feeling low energy, not sleeping well, or not seeing results in the gym, keeping that resolution can be tough. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if those symptoms sound familiar, we can likely help. They often point to low testosterone, and treating low T is what we do. But this year, we're also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring growth hormone peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more, designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With our low T treatments combined with our body composition programs, most men notice real improvements. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Do you want the lowest rate for life? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed. APR is 5.89.
Did you say 4.75% fixed for 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, I want that, but what if rates fall?
Our lowest rate for life program takes over. If rates fall even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee and no limits to the number of times used. Only at U.S. Mortgages. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, college football playoff action continues as Miami faces Ole Miss starting at 7.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover.
But when it comes to them, their struggles on offense, perhaps their struggles on defense, covering tight ends, covering running backs out of the backfield, if you could pick one player to unlock, who would that be? I want Richie Carney's answer, who's sitting in for Cecil. I want to give an answer, and I certainly want to hear from you guys there in the tribe. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Put your name on the end of your text so we can shout you out on the show. Or over on YouTube. Just get to youtube.com/DenverSports, and then when you click that Dover and Cecil stream, you are in the crew just like that, hanging with Mel's over there. We got Wes Wallace over there, Jason kicking it. The crew is here, so we appreciate you guys hanging with us. YouTube, RamosLaw.com text line. Answer those questions. Who would you want to unlock? First one I see is Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram all the way, says a 719 texter. Richie, that would help. Yep. We haven't seen a lot of Evan Ingram. He did have the big, was that the Chargers game? The 37-yard catch down the field in the fourth quarter. That's a big moment there for Evan, but he's left a lot to be desired. I think Evan's a fine answer. I think what my answer actually is Marvin Mims. I think unlocking Marvin Mims, because there's so many different ways you can use a dynamic player like Marvin. Speed, just beating your cornerback and letting Bo throw it downfield, and hopefully he's more accurate on those
I was
throws.
going to ask you, what does that look like? What does unlocking Marvin Mims look like on the field?
So I'm thinking, hey, he's on the outside. Like I said, you're winning your one-on-ones, a deep matchup. Some of those post routes in the first half turn into corner routes in the second half to keep your cornerback guessing. And a lot of the times, you're probably going to see Marvin getting some one-on-one coverage because they love to bracket Cortland on the other side with those safeties. And then and Sean's gotten a whole lot better at this, I'll give him the credit for it, you're getting to the line of scrimmage with 15 seconds or more left on the play clock, you get to run Marvin in motion. Do that a couple of times. One, you're getting a identification of what the defense is going to do. But you do it a couple of times without handing him the ball, and then you hand him the ball, you might be able to get a guy like Marvin Mims out on the sideline, left side of the hash mark, right side, depending on where they're running, with just one dude to beat and nothing but green grass in front of him. I like the idea of that.
I do. I just struggle with, I think I would put Evan Ingram and Marvin Mims from my vantage point in a similar category of like it would be nice and it would help, but I don't 100% know like to what degree or whether or not that's enough where if you can only unlock one player to get them to a Super Bowl, that it's that. And it's fascinating with Marvin Mims because a part of me doesn't 100% understand why we haven't seen more unlocked versions of him throughout this season. I think a lot of things have looked different than I thought they would over the course of this season, including the fact that they've won 14 friggin' games. Yeah. I never saw that coming. Even Cecil didn't predict that. And him and Will Peterson with their 13-4 were like leading the charge.
And Kistner hit the 13 wins too.
Yeah, but Kevin should have predicted 14 wins. That's Kevin actually should have predicted. Kevin actually should have predicted 16-1.
I mean, to be honest, it was 17-0, but I went down.
He dialed it back.
That's why I said 16-1 because I think the one loss would have been in Week 18 when it didn't matter.
Because they're resting everybody.
Yes, exactly. It's like the Chiefs, who could have been 16-1 probably if they played their starters against the Broncos last year. I just don't know why we haven't seen it, Josh. I feel like there might actually be a little bit of a struggle, and Sean he hasn't come out right and said it because unless he's like having a double latte moment, it doesn't come out or he's picking on Mark Kisla or Luka Evans.
He
doesn't really come out and say certain things like that, but I feel like Sean Payton has alluded to the fact that they might as an offense be having a hard time getting Marvin Mims the ball.
But don't you think there was so much more of an emphasis on it last year? It doesn't feel like he's put an emphasis on Marvin Mims this year. And I guess the optimistic approach could be, well, that's because he's going to save him. He's going to unlock him in the playoffs. But why wouldn't you want to see some of that throughout the regular season? I'll give you that. But I just think there's still so much there. And when it comes to the playmakers, Evan Ingram's a great answer. Our dude, Big Perm, is talking about unlocking R.J. Harvey. I love that, too.
See, I'm floating with that one.
Really?
I'm debating between two. I was trying to think of one offensive one and one defensive one and try to break the tie. Initially, I thought, hey, are we overthinking this? How about we just unlock Bo Nix, right? Like if Bo Nix
That's fair, yeah.
if Bo Nix is just ripping things apart with his arm and with his legs, the Broncos offense is going to be hard to stop. And then I thought, wait, I've seen that movie before. That's Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. And they haven't made it to a Super Bowl yet either.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that necessarily would be enough. R.J. Harvey is the interesting one on offense for me that I think, because if R.J. Harvey is Saquon Barkley-esque in the playoffs, the Broncos can go to a Super Bowl and win it.
No doubt.
And maybe that's too high of a bar, right? Maybe even after R.J. Harvey's unlocked, he's not Saquon Barkley level. That's probably fair to say, at least right now. But just in principle, if we're talking about a guy just maxing a guy out to 100, R.J. Harvey would probably be the one on the offensive side of the ball that I would say. And if I was to pick one on the defensive side of the ball, I'll go back to what I told you earlier when we were talking about things we want to see improve, problems, or things to clean up and fix. Man, if you told me that you just unlocked the full, max out the stamina bar, max out the skills to 100, and you got 100% unlocked Nick Bonito, just wrecking games the way that Von Miller did en route to a Super Bowl MVP, performance against the Carolina Panthers, I think the Broncos can. I think Nick Bonito could help overshadow offensive woes and maybe a locked-up R.J. Harvey, Evan Ingram, et cetera, by just returning to that dominant level of defensive play.
I mean, that's a great answer. You might be able to use that same line of thinking to do it with PS2. It's been like since week 1 this year that they're like, we're not afraid of that guy. We're going to go right back at him. You could unlock that. Hey, he shuts down one side of the field, and then you have three quarters of a field to take care of for VJ and his defense. Yep. That would be pretty sweet too. Benito getting after the pass rusher, or Pat taking away a full side of the field.
I actually might take a more interesting approach to that, because I think that, cornerback is tricky, because as important of a cog as it is in the defensive machine and anchoring the secondary the way that he has as a defensive player of the year, offenses in today's NFL seem to be able to operate or function better moving away from the star corner, right? Champ Bailey even experienced that in his career with Darrelle Revis, right? Richard Sherman, who only played on one side of the field for a lot of his career, experienced those similar things. I think if you were going to pick a player in the secondary that you were just going to wave a magic wand and was going to unlock him to be this unbelievable, like, Super Saiyan version of himself, why not unlock Riley Moss and just trust that the defensive player of the year winner, Patrick Surtain, is going to be PS2.
And hey, they're going to go at Riley, so win your battle.
And you lock down that other side, and we're not worried about teams just throwing at Riley to try to draw flags, or not getting the benefit of the doubt, or giving up chunk plays in inconvenient or inopportune situations. Why not just unlock Riley Moss to lock down the other side of the field from your lockdown corner that's proven he can do it already?
It's not a bad answer either. Again, Tribe, keep telling us who you unlocking, offensively, defensively. Send your answer to the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. Same deal on the Denver Sports YouTube page. Put your name on your text so you get a shout-out on the show. Let's check our X. What's happening on our Twitter timeline that the Tribe needs to know about? Well, how about a Tribe field trip to Utah next year? We'll tell you why next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, feeling cooped up this winter? Mark Schlereth here. You know these Colorado nights can get freezing cold with your furnace running nonstop just to keep things cozy. But here's the thing. While your heating system is working overtime, it's also blowing dust, dirt, and debris through your air ducts and straight to the air you breathe. That's where Ductworks comes in. Your trusted air duct cleaning experts. Using a powerful combination of scraping and vacuuming technology, the Ductworks team clears out years of buildup, grime, and other gunk hiding in your ductwork. The results? Cleaner, fresher air,
better energy efficiency, and a healthier home or office for you and your family. Don't wait until spring. Breathe easier now with top-rated service from Ductworks. Call them at 303-425-0985 or visit them online today at ductworks.com for a free residential or commercial estimate.
303-425-0985. Colorado roads are icy. Accidents happen. When they do, you're in luck with Flanagan Law. I'm Samantha, the personal injury lawyer who stands out from the rest of the guys. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when it matters most.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Are you on a Team Gets It? Well, we find out as we check our ex every single day. I got a couple tweets. Richie, if you got a couple, we'll share those as well as he's sitting in for Cecil Lammy for the next couple of days. First up, a tweet from the NHL and then some details from the Colorado Avalanche. The tweet reads, breaking news, Utah Mammoth to host the Colorado Avalanche in the 2027 NHL Winter Classic. It's going down at the University of Utah. That seats over 51,000 fans for a hockey game that should be outstanding. And then they use the stupid hashtag Tusks Up. I wonder where they came up with that. So original. And then the hashtag Go Avs Go, of course, with our cool logo right next to it. Richie, I don't know. Have you been to an outdoor stadium game before?
No, I actually was going to make a strong push to go to the one they had at Falcon Stadium, which I'm glad I didn't go to because it was an absolute disaster. And it might have been fatal for somebody. Like, I think,
are you serious?
I think somebody like Drew. Is that a thing? Didn't somebody get really hurt?
If I remember correctly, yeah, somebody I think fell off a bridge or something like that.
Oh my goodness!
Trying to leave there,
trying to get out of there.
Yeah.
So
yikes.
The whole thing was a nightmare.
I'm glad that I didn't end up there. It was perfectly fine to watch it on my TV. But I love the concept of these outdoor games.
Oh yeah.
I just think that it's fun, and it, for some people, depending on the location, it brings back the pond hockey vibe.
Yeah.
So there's some nostalgia there. I think I've been less than enthused with some of the locations that they've chosen and some of the.
I mean, Florida's not good for hockey?
I think it could be. Drew Spivak and I were talking about that before the show. Like, if you're going to do it in Florida, you know what they should do? Make an ice rink on the beach.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do it so that one side of the boards there's ocean right on the other side, and then you have like the boardwalk or something in the background on the other side. Now,
there's a town in Florida called Christmas where they make fake snow 365 days a year.
Yeah, you can make fake anything. They make fake snow in our mountains here in Colorado when they don't get the snowfall they want. I'm sure there's a thing as synthetic ice, right? I mean, so yeah, I would imagine you could do it. And yeah, you're going to have challenges, an outdoor game in the middle of a climate like Florida, regardless of the time of year, just like they have problems sometimes in the stadiums of it getting a little slushy. But again, if you're going to do it, commit to the bit and go all the way.
Drew, have you been to an outdoor stadium game as a fan?
I have, yeah. I went to the one at Coors Field against the Red Wings a couple years ago.
I did it too.
And it was awesome.
I did too, yeah.
Like that and the college hockey game. DU played Colorado College there. I think it was
I was at that as well.
The week before or week after?
Yeah.
I think it was the week after they did that. And it was an awesome experience. I remember being like 62 degrees or something like that, not really windy, but a really cool experience, although at least this time they're doing it in a football stadium as opposed to a baseball stadium, because doing it with the sightlines at Coors Field is awful.
If you have a bad seat, you have a bad seat.
Yeah, and I mean, you think you're like, I'm going to get a lower level seat and pay, $500-$600 for this seat, and it's going to be great.
You're like, there's the cash register building.
Exactly. Yeah, no. You want to sit up higher, but playing it in a football stadium like this is going to be really awesome.
And 51,000, it's in Utah.
Yeah.
Imagine, like you were talking about, the aesthetics of it, of it's snowing, there's mountains in the background, and dudes are playing hockey and hitting the hell out of each
Remember
other.
the one they did at Lake Tahoe? How cool that was with the Golden Knights. And
that was the
oh boy
moment.
Oh boy,
yeah.
That was Nathan McKinnon just on his friggin' horse. I don't remember the name of the Vegas player, but
I don't either.
Yeah, he was like, oh my god.
That's a terrifying thought. The fastest guy in the world.
It's probably the cleanest thing he could have said mic'd up in that scenario. I think I would have had to censor me.
And he's a hockey guy. It's clean mouth for a hockey dude. So 2027, the Avs and Utah. They'll do their dance in the Winter Classic. And I think maybe we do Tribe meetup, Tribe field trip. Head out to that game would be a ton of fun. We got into Dion and his approach to the portal a little bit yesterday, Richie, and we kind of kicked around the idea, all right, you're kind of winning the portal here around this year, but we've heard that before, and then we've seen it go south for his team. So he was on a podcast called The Morning Run, and he talked about portal players, what's coming, what's going, all the situations that they found themselves in. Here's what Dion had to say.
Like these guys, they gonna get what they gonna get because they deserve it, and if they deserve it, we're gonna get to them. But they ain't hearing about no bag.
Yeah,
they hear about playing the game of football at its highest level. Yeah, and then they know what comes with that.
All right, so that's a good thought, right? Like guys in 2025 coming to your university because they simply want to play, in his words, the right type of football. I got some skeptical hippo eyes on that one there, Richie. I don't know that I believe that. In fact, let's put that, our guys coming to see you to play ball, let's put that through the lie detector test.
The lie detector test determined that was a lie.
That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. All right, are some guys coming to play for Coach Prime because it's very cool? Yeah. Are they coming and you're not paying them $1 because they just want to be around you? Hell no, they're not.
No, college football was such a beautiful game, and it has just been.
You're gonna be that guy that said money ruined college football.
No, I'm not. Because I have no problem, dude. Those universities made billions for years, for decades, on the backs of those players who got nothing. And I think that the cost of higher education in our country is a friggin' scam, and it's overinflated, and it's stupid, and it impacts the job market and all that stuff. And I say that as a proud college graduate. But I think it's like the dam held the water back for so long, and there was just so much starvation on the other side that, man, it just feels like the floodgates got open too far, and I think we've just overcorrected to the point now where college sports doesn't exist anymore. It's just lower-level professional sports. Yep. College football is now like the XFL or the AFL.
With better talent.
Yes, with better talent. It still exists as a feeder league to the National Football League, but, man, so much of the spirit, it feels like, and the emotional ties and the aspect of program building is gone. It's just a bunch of mercenaries for hire, and then you're putting it's going to come to a head with these boosters. You already heard prominent rich alumni, the Charles Barkleys of the world, the Troy Aikmans of the world.
Forbes has an article out right now about Buff Stoner saying, I'm tapped out and I don't want to pay these guys.
Because do you know, like when 10 years ago, if a program got a $5 million donor donation from a single source, it was like, pop the champagne. How amazing is this? What a great, opportunity that we have to do X, Y, and Z. Now it's like, hey, that gives us our left tackle. But we need a quarterback, actually. Right. So do you have another 10 that you can find from somebody else? And it just, it sucks, and it's unfortunate. And there's just not, to the point of the audio there's no for the love of the game guys anymore. Not the top tier.
No.
Right?
No.
Not the guys that are worthy of these kinds of conversations. I'm sure there are plenty of kids that are playing college football right now that won't play professionally, that are just doing it because they love it. They're not chasing bags.
And they're aware of that.
And that's great. But at the top tier level of talent, There's nobody that's just doing it to do it anymore. And I think I agreed with that logic, and I'm not saying I disagree with it now, but man, it just feels like the thing has gone, the pendulum has swung too far in the other direction.
All right, one more real quick. I don't know if you have anything about Latina baddies or anything, but what's on your timeline, Richie?
Well, I literally just opened Twitter for the purposes of this aspect. That's the first thing that's on my timeline.
Nice.
Yep.
You got the same algorithm as Cecil.
I do. If I scroll down through Twitter for more than 11 seconds without seeing like a GIF of Dua Lipa or some Sydney Sweeney ad or something, then I feel like something's wrong.
I was listening to a podcast this morning, and I thought about you, honestly. They were arguing over, this is a total dude thing. Who's hotter, Sydney Sweeney or Anna
Armas?
Adana Darmus. And I'm like, that's Richie's gal right there.
That's so tough. I shouldn't have to choose. I should not have to choose, frankly. Both. I should, both. Anna Darmus. But
that's probably the right answer.
on my timeline, I'll give you one local relevant story here on my timeline today. Do you know what happened 14 years ago today?
January 8th, 14 years ago. We're talking about 2012?
That would be 2011.
2011.
So January 8th, 2011.
January 8th, 2011. Payton's not here yet.
No, he is not. He came in 2012.
Yeah.
Was his first season.
I do not know.
It is Broncos related. 14 years ago on this very day, and if you're listening live, it is just before noon, which means this was probably 6 hours from now.
Okay.
6 or 7 hours from now, this particular thing happened, Kev.
The Broncos have been in 3 overtime games this year.
Oh,
dude. Got him at the 40. It's Thomas at the 50. Stiff arm got him free to the 30, to the 20. Thomas to the 10. Denver's going on to New England. They win it on the first play of overtime.
I just got goosebumps.
Dude, just the loudness, the rattling,
the
you can
roar.
hear it.
Yeah. No, I get goosebumps every single time I hear that. But yes, 14 years ago today, Broncos-Steelers. Broncos win 29-23 in the wild card round.
Wow.
I think that was right. That's what he said. The first overtime, sudden death.
Nobody knew the rules.
Touchdown was over kind of game. That
Even
was
DT did it. He's like, what do we do now?
The parallels in that game, dude. Tim Tebow threw for 316 yards after writing John 3:16 on his eye black.
Remember Elway's face up in the booth?
Yes, just looking like he just swallowed a lemon wedge in his trench coat. Like
that's good.
14 years ago today. That was that. And the thing that I showed you were the first two things on my timeline.
I like your timeline. I like what you got going on.
Twitter's a
over
fun
there.
place for me.
All right, that's what's on our X. We check it every day at 11:45. Let's take a quick time out, get into our lunch hour, a.k.a. the third quarter. The Broncos are going to be back to work tomorrow. We'll know their opponent in a few days, but what do they need to clean up before they play in their first playoff game? We'll talk about that and tell you what Jamal Murray did last night that he's never, ever done before. Next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Brandon Stokely from My Friend
friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, college football playoff action continues as Miami faces Ole Miss starting at 7.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover.
If that's what you got going on. But we get it. You got stuff going on, appointments, emails, meetings, all that good stuff. All those 30-minute meetings that could have been a 4-second email. I get it. But if you're checking in with us, thanks for doing so. If you missed the whole show, first of all, let us call your boss and take care of that. Second, make sure you're finding our podcast. You can do that at DenverSports.com. You can get it anywhere you listen to podcasts. Just search Dover and Cecil. Kevin does a great job getting that thing available, full show available for you a couple minutes after the show comes to an end. It's Richie Carney sitting in for Cecil Lammy today, and we're going to look back at the Nuggets. We're going to talk about the things that worry us about the Broncos going into the playoffs, but apparently we have math experts and calendar experts on the text line.
There needs to be some house cleaning here. And but before I do that, we have to give a shout-out to the one person out of probably the last 70 texts in a row who did not comment on math-related.
Yeah.
9351.
Just the Anna?
Yes.
Yeah.
Men of culture.
Yeah.
Ana de Armas is the hottest woman in Hollywood. Elite dude, bro, sports talk so far. Game recognizes game. 9351. But
I'm going to write back, thank you, bro.
I also have to housekeep something. And I'll preface it by saying I respect the level of petty that this has evolved.
I feel like this would be something you might say to someone that just said what you said.
It's almost like a game recognizes game moment for me where I have to tip my cap a little bit and say, hey, I respect this. I said 14 years ago today was Tebow to DT, which is a literal fact. Where I misspoke was when you said, what was that? 2011. So, one, that's not technically true because we're in 2026 now. So 15 years ago was 2011. But you were trying to reference what I felt like was the season of football, which Tebow to DT was in the 2011 season.
The 2012 calendar year.
2012 calendar year, solar and lunar, which is also probably wrong. Can't wait for somebody to fact check me on that.
Yeah.
But it was in the 2011 season. Peyton Manning was the 2012 season, not the 2011 season. So to the 95 people on the RamosLaw.com text line who were like, hey, somebody tell these math geniuses that 2011 was 15 years ago because it's 2026. Technically, you're right. Technically, I hate you, but technically, I also respect you very much because I appreciate the call out and the level of like slight pettiness, even though I feel like you had to know what we were meaning.
Because when I started to see the text line after you made me aware, I literally thought Drew and Richie would be arguing, and Drew would say that, and then you would do what they're doing to Drew.
Rage bait. Rage bait 100%. And I took it. And so that's why I have to respect it.
Good stuff. Good stuff on the RamosLaw.com text line. Even if you are being a little petty over there. All right, we'll get into the Broncos conversation in just a second, the things they need to clean up. Look back real quick to what the Denver Nuggets did last night. Getting a victory on the road, being led by Jamal Murray and Peyton Watson. Let's not forget P. Watt's 30 points and how outstanding that was. But I mentioned Jamal Murray. Man, 2 nights in a row now, or 2 games in a row, he's setting a new career high. Jamal Murray is the first Nugget player with consecutive games of 16-plus assists since Andre Miller. Last time you heard that name, he did it back in 2005. The game at the Celtics marked the 7th time a Denver player has had 2 straight games with 16-plus assists, but Murray is the first with both on the road. So he's done it in back-to-back road games, which has never been done in NBA history. He's the first player in the NBA with consecutive road games with 16 assists. Nuggets history. Russell Westbrook was the last NBA player to do it in 2021. That was 5 years ago for all the texters.
Yeah, I believe I saw that Jamal is the first player in franchise history to have back-to-back games of 20-plus points and 15 assists since Jokic did it, and he's done it twice. So Jamal now gets to join one of those crazy graphics where, hey, the only other person that's done this is Jokic. I get it's franchise history, not NBA history.
Sure.
But yeah, man, we talked about it. We touched on it at the start of the show. This is just a different Jamal Murray, and it's so exciting and I think validating to see in a lot of ways because Jamal has just been a little bit of that, thorn in the side, frustrating type of player because you see so many moments where you're like, that's one of the best point guards in the NBA. But it's a flash here, it's a quarter there, it's a shot here. Maybe it's a stretch of time during a season like we got during the title run, and especially in the postseason. And he had that stat forever, which blows my mind, that he was like the largest statistical riser from regular season to postseason
8 points.
in NBA history, which is crazy. And it was frustrating because it's like, well, the reason he's the greatest riser is because his floor in the regular season is so much lower than we think it should be. And maybe that's selfish of us. But regardless, we are seeing a different Jamal Murray in 2025 and now into 2026 because that is the current calendar year that we are in. Career highs across the board in so many categories for him. But beyond what shows up on a box score on a stat sheet, Josh, and you alluded to it a lot at the start of the show, just the difference in the approach, the mentality, the demeanor, both on the court and off the court when it comes to media interactions, when it comes to interviews, like he sat down with Mark Stein. This is just a reinvigorated, reinvented Jamal Murray, and whatever course of events or series of circumstances led to this Jamal emerging at this time where they couldn't need it more, I'm thankful for.
Well, and even Nikola going down, like Jamal wanting to make this case for the All-Star. Now, I'm not saying this is good for the Nuggets because not having Joker is not good ever, but now you're getting to see what Jamal can do. The big question's like, what's Jamal going to do? Carry this team while Joker's gone? Yeah.
Apparently.
I guess he can. And that's a very, very pleasant surprise for the Denver Nuggets for Jamal.
Speaking of pleasant surprises, and we touched on it again earlier in the show talking about Jamal because you've been a very outspoken critic of Jamal's.
Well, and you know why? Because I always knew this was there.
Yep.
This has always been in Jamal's body and his arsenal of what he can do, and he left it on the table, and it made me very angry.
On those same lines, where are you at with Zeke Naji
good
over the last
question.
handful of
Good
games? Because
question.
that boy is balling lately.
I'm very surprised that Zeke's doing it. It's great to see him do it. And now, get his ass out of here before February 5th so you can free up some money on your books next year.
Okay, when you say surprised, I assume you're talking about when you're looking at his body of work because it just hasn't existed. But I look at it, and in some ways, there's a part of me that's not surprised that Zeke Naji is doing this, Josh, because just freaking look at him. Like, he is a specimen of an NBA player. He's big, he's long, he's sturdy. He looks like he has all the athletic potential and the toolbox in theory.
He's actually a pretty good shooter, too.
Yes, to be a stud at the NBA level. So I get what you're saying, why it's surprising, because, again, it just hasn't literally happened over the course of his NBA career, and that contract certainly magnifies and makes it more glaring. But there's a part of me that when it's happening, if I take that aspect out of it, that if I'm just like, to use the Zach Bye analogy, an alien that comes down from Earth to watch the game against the 76ers and against the Celtics and what Zeke Naji was able to do in those games, I'm like, that makes sense to me. Look at him.
Well, and he's been good the last couple games. When he's really asked to have a specific defensive assignment, and we don't have to get too inside basketball, he chases rotations a lot. And that, when you're chasing a rotation, you're leaving somebody high and dry behind you, and then you're screwing up the calculation of where the ball's going to pop next. So
now,
he gets lost in that a little bit.
It felt like he was giving a good amount of dedicated defensive assignment to Joel Embiid in the Sixers game, right?
Well, and this is credit to Adelman. They're running this like 2-3 zone, but when a player comes into the paint with the basketball, somebody finds him in a man-up matchup. And you have to have guys trusting each other on the defensive side to make that work. But so far, the guys like Zeke that are coming in and stepping in are doing what their coach is asking them to do.
Okay, so I want to circle this back with you and bring Payton Watson into discussion, who is also just, as you kind of alluded to with some numbers there.
He's going nuts.
He's going nuts. Now, his free throw shooting in the final minute there made me pull my hair out a little bit. And you could tell, I feel like the Celtics were intentionally targeting, trying to funnel the inbounds to him for that purpose. Payton Watson, the Nuggets are between rock and a hard place with Payton Watson right now, right? And it feels like he's playing his way in a realistic scenario out of Denver because the Nuggets either aren't going to be able to or aren't going to want to fork over another extension, thrust themselves firmly starting next season into the second apron and all the tax penalties that come with that, with the luxury tax. You can't trade draft picks 7 years out. You've got other financial penalties and things that you have to pay.
You're not a player in the buyout market. You can't do any trades except for draft night. There's a lot of stuff that holds them
you're
back.
limited with salary flexibility. You can't free up things the way that you normally
would.
would.
You have to take back every dollar that you send out. It's
and
tough.
look, and we watched. The Boston Celtics did it right, and then look what they had to do to purge their roster not that long after that. So there exists a world, right, where Payton Watson's playing his last season in Denver. If you had to guess, does that season for Payton Watson in this hypothetical world, because I don't want this. I would love for the Nuggets to just find a way to keep Payton Watson, spend all the money, do all the stuff.
Dude, me too. If that's options on the table, I'm in, but it's not on the table.
Does Payton Watson get dealt before the deadline?
No. I think what's happening down there is
no because you don't want it, or no because you don't think the market will be there for the Nuggets to
No, there'd be a market.
Because I think the way Zeke Naji's playing right now, if you said, hey,
like
we're
one or
gonna
the
give
other?
we're going to trade you Payton Watson, and we're going to stick the Zeke Naji contract we've been trying to get rid of forever because he's never been more attractive as a candidate than right now, and that's how they finally get rid of it, but it cost them Payton Watson to do it. And they move Payton Watson knowing they're not going to pay him at the end of the year. Does that sweeten the pot at all from the Nuggets' perspective? Does that tamper the market at all, or dampen the market?
Well,
if Zeke's attached to the deal because of the contract.
Thought. Yeah, then you're creating two roster spots. There's the trickle down effect of that is crazy because you can then re-up with Spencer Jones and give him a full-time spot,
which you're going to need to make a decision on.
Spencer's down to 22 days, guys. Yep. 3 weeks until they got to make a decision on what Spencer Jones is going to do.
3 weeks and 1 day. We're very specific about length of time.
We got to be right on now. That's an interesting idea, and maybe to get that Zeke contract off the books, you might have to swallow a tough pill. But what about now? And again, this would be up to Payton Watson, My advice to anybody that can get more money is go do it. It doesn't. You like where you're at right now? Great. Money's better over there.
Bruce Brown can tell you he might regret in some aspects leaving the Nuggets to go chase the bag and then end up in a washing machine with like 3 different teams before coming back to Denver.
I don't know that he'd tell you that.
He's got 60 M's in the bank that would suggest otherwise.
So I'm not sure he would tell you that. But what I'm looking at here is Peyton Watson's contract versus Zeke's. But the most money Peyton's ever made it's happening right now. He's making $4.3 million a year. Zeke freaking Najee made 8 in his first year. This is his new deal. 8 in the second year, and he's going to make $15 million this year and next. Could you talk to Peyton Watson? And again, I would tell him not to do this. If I'm advising him or his agent, I'd say, don't do this, Peyton. But could you talk a guy into going, hey, we are going to double your salary? They could probably afford to pay him $8 to $10 million a year and avoid that second apron. You're still flirting with the first, but the restrictions are way less with that first apron. You could trade Zeke for a draft pick. Then you become more of a player with some more draft picks to move around in the future and around the trade deadline moving forward. And next year, you could offer Zeke about a $5-6 million a raise a year. The problem with that, Richie, is there's going to be a team out there that goes, oh, that guy can score 30. We're willing to pay him 18 a year, and the Nuggets aren't in that ballpark.
Yep, and I think that's
and nor should they be. Again, you don't go to the second apron for a 6-man. Basketball philosophy 101. Do not do that.
I don't disagree with that, but I also think that if you're talking about moving before the deadline, and we talk about this with so many players, right? It was Mikko Rantanen, deal him before the deadline or let him walk for nothing. Dikembe Mutombo, right? The same situation with the Nuggets. The Nuggets are in a push the chips into the center of the table year, and this year it feels more so than almost any of the years since they won the title because of the moves that Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace did when they kicked the door down with their freaking executive vice president diapers on as two young guys and just started swinging away.
Yeah.
With bringing in Valanciunas, trading MPJ, bringing in Tim Hardaway Jr., bringing back Bruce Brown. The list goes on and on and on. This feels like the most all-in that they've been, and I think if you're truly all-in, you have to kind of, and this goes back to that Michael Malone, Calvin Ballou philosophical divide, a truly all-in team does not move Peyton Watson before the deadline because Peyton Watson provides you something athletically that you can't replicate with anyone else on the roster.
As a Nuggets fan and
they're not better without him.
Not a radio host, Nuggets fan. Are you cool with Peyton Watson helping this team win a championship and then saying see you later just like Bruce Brown did?
Yep.
I am too.
Yep.
I am too.
Yep.
You took a shot on a guy, and they get a ton of credit for developing Peyton Watson, and Peyton gets a ton of credit for putting the work in. You're telling me a guy that averaged 3 points in college can come in here, have his best year ever, help my team win a championship, and then go get a fat bag and be paid? Dude, that's a win-win for everybody.
And he'll be remembered forever.
He'll be a legend.
He'll be a legend. He'll be remembered forever. The parade will exist. Next year is never promised. So when you say, hey, well, we got to think about next year, this is the third-round picks versus keeping VJ for another year, same thing. Who knows what's going to happen next year? Look at the jump the Oklahoma City Thunder took from last year when the banged-up Nuggets with 3 starters, basically, took them to 7 games in the second round. Look at that Thunder team versus this Thunder team. The tidal wave that is Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs is getting closer and closer to landfall, okay?
Yeah.
The Houston Rockets are doing what they're doing without Fred VanVleet, right? So the Western Conference is an arms race that is building and building and building. We don't know what it's going to look like next year, but you've got a chance to win it this year. And Peyton Watson, with the way he's playing right now and the way he would factor into a rotation from that perspective, plus what he's bringing you from a scoring perspective right now, plus what he brings you from a defensive standpoint, and his athleticism and the way that he has developed a legitimate rhythm with Nikola Jokic as a second part of a 2-man game, the Nuggets need that, in my opinion, to get where they're going to go, and trading him before the deadline would be cutting off your nose to spite your face. It would be handicapping yourself, putting one arm behind your back to try to accomplish the goal that you so clearly stated at the start of the season.
Is there any Nugget that you think might be traded? Like, what if they really have fallen in love with Peyton Watson and maybe they're really worried about Aaron Gordon's body? Is that a conversation to have? Aaron Gordon, by the way, I just looked it up. He's only 30 years old. I felt like he was going to be 36 when I Googled that for some reason.
Well,
but he's only 30, but his body's starting to break down.
Health-wise, his body probably feels seems closer to 36 than 30.
It feels weird because, the whole Mr. Nugget thing with Aaron Gordon, but...
He's my favorite Nugget ever.
Oh, wow.
And I love Aaron Gordon. Well, I mean, Jokic is the best.
Yeah.
And I loved Carmelo. But Aaron Gordon, to me, is like stuff of legend from a sports perspective. For him to come over here from Orlando, where he was one very specific type of player, and then completely reinvent himself to assimilate to what the Nuggets organization and their brand of basketball is, and to bend the knee behind Jokic, behind Murray, to be the fourth option on a team for an NBA player who spent the entirety of his career being the first option when there really wasn't a second, right? The high-flying, living above the rim, to do that, and then to continue. The same way Jokic compounds the greatest statistical seasons of all time with a better season the next year and just keeps finding ways to be more efficient and more of a scorer and all these things. Aaron Gordon continues to build and stack on those things. He is the hard hat and lunch pail guy for the Denver Nuggets. He is the piece that's like, he's like the Swiss Army knife of like, hey, this is the defensive assignment this week. Tomorrow it's going to be this. Next week it's going to be this. This round of the playoffs you're going to go against Kevin Durant. Then you're going to have to go against LeBron James. Then you're going to have to go against Jimmy Butler. Before that you had to do Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert. And we're going to give you all of them and you got to figure it out or we're not going to win a title. And he does it. He is running through the streets of downtown Denver shirtless after they win the title to celebrate with the fans. You can't
replace that.
He is a legend. But we talk about, hey, are the Nuggets going to regret paying Christian Brown over Payton Watson? My personal answer to that is no. Christian Brown absolutely deserved that contract extension for what he was able to do during that title year and leading up to the extension in the prior season. And he is a type of basketball player that is within an age range with the skill sets that you need around this core. Payton Watson may also fit into that category, but it doesn't mean one retroactively cancels out the other. You could make an argument, and it hurts me to say it because I just told you he's basically my favorite Nuggets player, certainly right now, and maybe of all time. You could make an argument that maybe the Nuggets might regret extending Aaron Gordon more than they would extend Christian Brown if it comes to costing them Payton Watson.
Yeah, I don't think you're too far off. But by the way, the text line's saying that too. Get rid of Brown and go with Payton Watson. They made that decision.
I also just disagree with the decision.
I do too. And by the way, we don't know what Christian's not right now. Did you see him last night?
No.
He had a break.
Yes, I did.
He had like a chase down of a ball. And there were a player trailing from Boston and a player in front of him. And he didn't even elevate. The broadcast said, I was watching on ESPN. They're like, oh, Christian usually slams that thing down right up in a dude's face. He tried to finger roll it and missed. He's still not right now. So don't compare who Payton is right now to who Christian is right now. That's unfair for Christian.
Yeah, I was going to say, because let's not forget what Christian looked like pre-extension before he got it. I think it's easy to paint things in that light when you look at Christian getting hurt at the start of this year and it being a little bit shaky around that time, because that's the observational window that we're in right now. That's what's closest to our vision right now. But remember back to him putting up double-digit points and serious minutes in an NBA Finals game, flirting with Shakira on the baseline. Remember what he brought off the bench to that team.
Shakira. My brain is broken now. You've said the word, Shakira. Her hips don't lie, man.
And they never will.
Yeah, that's right. Was it her or J-Lo that did the tongue thing at the Super Bowl?
I think it was Shakira.
Yeah, that's it. Hers looked better than yours.
Also, I'm not sure. Can the Nuggets trade Christian Brown right now, or because of? Isn't there like
because of the first year contract?
Isn't there like?
Because that was with Jamal last year. They couldn't do it because it was the first year of a new deal.
Yeah.
There's a date that you can get to, but I don't know that off the top of my head. But you're right. Good memory right there. Good text. Now we got texters telling us their favorite Nuggets. Mello, AI, and Marcus Camby is getting some love from our 289er. I've shared the story before, but I loved Mahmoud Abdul, Chris Jackson, and then Mahmoud. And I'm like watching him. I'm 8, 9 years old. And I'm like, so a little tiny guy like that can make it to the league and dribble around and dance and hit step backs. And I didn't even know what step backs were back then. Mahmoud, Antonio McDyess, and you got to remember Rodney Rogers. I freaking loved those dudes when I was a kid.
Listen, I pretended to be Carmelo Anthony in my basketball hoop in my driveway, right? I was hitting game-winning fadeaways and all that stuff. So I get that. But, man, again, Aaron Gordon to me is just like, he's everything I think you would want in a team glue guy. And he's a damn good basketball player on top of that. I mean, we were the latest tip-in dunk in NBA history away from the Clippers series going a completely different way. Aaron Gordon putting up 50 points at the start of this season. He just seems to reinvent, similar to how Jokic does, frankly, where Jokic has the basketball AI, right? He consistently reinvents his game to try to figure out what the Nuggets need and where they're short. He starts shooting more threes. He starts running the offense a certain way. Aaron Gordon literally living in the gym and improving, having statistical improvements as a shooter that are almost hard to replicate in a lab. He's just like that kind of guy. He's my Jano. If the Nuggets just had 15 AGs,
Yeah.
they would be all right.
Steven Foco wants him to go. Maybe we should trade AG. My wife thinks he's extremely handsome.
Yeah. Listen,
At least your wife's watching the games with you for the wrong reasons, but she's watching.
hey, listen. Maybe if the end result is what you want, who cares about the reason?
Dude, I've watched some Paul Skeens starts. You think I'm watching it for him?
Right.
Or for his lady that's in the stands?
Dude. Okay. Side note,
All right.
quickly. Do you realize how large of a human Paul Skeens is?
No, I don't know much about him, just his girlfriend.
Okay, I'm going to pull up a photo. We'll do it during the break. Paul Skeens and Josh Allen were photographed together.
Really?
And Josh Allen looks as small as I have ever seen him look. Josh Allen's like 6'3", I think, like 220, 225. Paul Skeens is like 6'6", 260. Josh Allen's like
That's
the biggest guy on a
nuts.
football field, and he made Josh Allen look small as
Wow.
a baseball player.
That's impressive.
It's like Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show you during the
I want
break.
to see the picture. I got to see that picture. All right, Nuggets fans, you tell us. What's the best situation for the Denver Nuggets here ahead of the February 5th trade deadline? Just keep it as is and roll as deep and as long as you can with the current roster, win a championship and take what comes with that. Or would you make a move? Get rid of a player, add a couple draft picks. You play GM and tell us what you do at 303-713-1043. Put your name on your text, and then the same deal over on our YouTube page. Denver Sports YouTube. Click subscribe while you're there. That Dover and Cecil stream will get you in the chat room. Let's talk about these Broncos. The biggest concerns for the Denver Broncos going into the playoffs. Where is it? Who is it? That's coming up next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
I've got to tell you, the weight started coming off fast. With the first couple of weeks of SodaWeightLoss.com, I could feel the difference. Overall, I lost 60 pounds, and I'm never going back. The biggest game changer for me has been having my own nutritionist, someone that I can text anytime, real answers, real support, real accountability. That's what keeps you moving with SodaWeightLoss.com, and that's the soda difference. Fast, easy, convenient weight loss that fits real life. No hunger, no guesswork, and a coach who actually knows you. That's why clients routinely look and feel 10 years younger, and why Soda has nearly 9,000 positive Google reviews and thousands of before and after photos that prove it. And right now is the perfect time to start because the promo is incredible. Join Soda today, and your partner joins for free. 2 people, 1 price, 2 transformations. If you want the results that you can see and feel, and a nutritionist you can text whenever you need help, go to SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Let's go!
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Babe, your arms look amazing. Working out is paying off.
Thanks. I just wish my chest matched. No matter what I do, I'm frustrated with my man boobs.
Hey, don't beat yourself up. More than half of men have gynecomastia. It's gland tissue, not laziness. Same thing is happening to my friend Trisha's husband. He went to Dr. Cameron Dastery at Modern Surgical Arts of Denver.
For real? You get good results?
He got great results. Call him, honey.
Call today. They're offering complimentary consultations for the fan listeners. 303-470-3400 or at modernsurgicalarts.com.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
I do. Everyone does, but it's only U.S. Mortgages. Lock in a low rate today, and if rates fall in the future, we will redo your loan and lower your rate without any lender fees, including the appraisal. There's no limit to the number of times you can do this. Always have the lowest rate for life. Get our 475 5-year fixed rate, 5.89 APR. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, college football playoff action continues as Miami faces Ole Miss starting at 7.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, Broncos fans, tribe members in Broncos country, what say you to the question of what do the Broncos need to clean up? Where are their deficiencies that they have to correct before whoever it is comes to Empower Field at Mile High for the divisional round? Our biggest concerns going into the postseason, and no matter whom they may play, it's about the Broncos figuring out what they're doing. We talked about this earlier. We talked about Bo and Sean and some of the offensive side, and then talked about the defense, what we would like to see. Is there any concern about special teams anymore? Richie, is Richie sitting in for Cecil Lammey the next couple days? You remember, and it was actually Marvin Mims was out with a concussion, but returning kicks was an issue. Covering kicks was a big issue. It feels like they've cleaned that up. Are we worried about special teams at all in the postseason? That'd be the worst thing that kills you.
I mean, listen, I think when your team is in the postseason with so much to play for and so much in front of them, I think you can find a way to worry about everything. I would not put special teams on the top end of my things that I'm really worried about or concerned about or think need to be cleaned up going into the divisional round.
Yeah. To me, it just goes to the offense, man. I know the defense struggled, and I know they stubbed their toe in December, and it's the second straight year, and people freak out about that. But the defense did the heavy lifting all season long. Mike Cliss told us earlier they're responsible for this number 1 overall seed. So I would look at Bo Nix and his feet. He's got to get comfortable in that pocket again, man. He's got to accept and understand you're going to take a hit from time to time. You're going to be sore on Monday and Tuesday when you take a couple of those big hits. You signed up for this. That's what quarterbacks do. You hang in the pocket, you climb the ladder, you deliver a ball on time with some accuracy, and you pick yourself up off the ground afterwards. That's a concern for me. Sean's play calling, his game plan going into this is a concern for me. The run it stuff, writing it in caps, black marker, permanent marker, it just doesn't work. He's got to be a little bit more balanced. Those 10, 12 play drives can't end in 3. You're not going to win playoff games like that. So that's a bit of a concern for me. And the lack of running game, that probably goes back to Sean calling the plays and giving them the opportunity to get some rhythm going. Those would be my biggest concerns on the offensive side. Wide receiver drops kind of popped its head out a couple of times throughout this season, but I trust in a guy like Cortland Sutton. Let's see if they can unlock Marvin Mims that I talked about a little earlier. Biggest concerns, Sean's play calling and Bo being uncomfortable in the pocket.
Yeah, the happy feet is a real thing. You know what I mean? We saw it on the early and even parts of the middle portion of this season. Fortunately, the Broncos as a team were able to overcome a lot of that. On the early side of the season, that was thanks to the defense more so than anybody. The red zone offense is something that you want to circle, right?
They're 3 for 9 in the last 3
Yeah,
weeks.
because you kind of alluded to it even in the microcosm of the Chargers game at the end of the season, right? Playoff games aren't typically won settling for 3 instead of 7, especially when your threes are coming from 30 plus and 40 yards out, 30 yards out or so, meaning you kind of got to the 10-yard line or so and you stalled. So that is something, as much as Will Lutz's leg has actually vaulted the Broncos into some significant wins, that is not something I think Sean Payton, you, or I want to be relying upon when the postseason matchup rolls around, whenever we find out eventually who they will play. I also think the run game is going to be that ongoing thing. We got to a point, it feels like, where we're not 5-alarm, DEFCON 1 worried about the run game as much. Jaleel McLaughlin having a little bit of a pop here and there has helped with that. RJ Harvey being utilized in a way. Sean Payton finding ways to get him the ball that's keeping that yards per carry average north of the 2 and 3 yards that it was for good chunks of the season has certainly helped with that. I think Bo Nix's legs can help with that.
Agreed.
I've been calling for that really since, I would say, again, you kind of alluded to it too, since J.K. Dobbins went down of this is how you help replicate some of that production. Sean Payton has kind of been calling for it. I think he's pointed out a handful of times and even mentioned doing film study with Bo where it's like, hey, we're telling him, hey, you got a runway here. Just take it sometimes.
If there's 8 to 10 yards in front of you, who cares what might develop downfield? Take that and then live to fight another down.
Right. And Bo is fortunately enough for us and for Sean, the athlete, to be able to do that. So the run game is certainly a level of concern I think that we're all going to be watching just because of how one-dimensional it can make the offense. And again, how much easier it can make a playoff caliber defense on the other side of the ball's job to kind of contain this Broncos offense that has already found ways to start slow and finish strong, we hope.
We hope. I hate using hope, but you're right. That is what we're hoping for. On the defensive side, one of those concerns that we've really talked about throughout all of the season is their inability at times to cover a running back coming out of the backfield or a tight end, let's say pass catch tight end first, and he's not the Adam Troutman type of role who's only in there as a big body to block. I will say this, when Dre Greenlaw's out there, they're much better at that because he's good. Justin Stranad, I'll give Cecil the credit on that. He saw it back at training camp. Damn, that dude's covering better than he was a year ago, and I think he's actually gotten better week in and week out. How much is the guy like Justin going to get to be on the field because of the trust that Vance has in Alex Singleton, stuff in the run gaps, and Dre Greenlaw covering those guys out of the backfield? But that's still a concern for me, and let's see what Dre looks like with, what are we talking about, damn near a month off? Is he 100% healthy where he can hang with those horses coming out of the backfield?
And I think I'm a little bit concerned, again, if we're power ranking, we're danger ranking in a bad way, Josh, things that could be dangerous to get the Broncos knocked out of the postseason. The leaky December defense, right, has been a thing for a couple of years now, and we're into January now. It is 2026, January 8th, 2026. I think the way that you can remedy that, because I don't just think that the calendar turns to 2026 and suddenly we snap our fingers. It certainly didn't when the calendar turned to 2026 in the wild card round last year and the Broncos got spanked by the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen and James Cook just ran wild over this Broncos defense. That's going to have to be corralled this time around and changed. But also, I think something that helps that, at least from a passing game perspective, is, man, I want to see this defense just getting after quarterbacks again. I want to see dudes I want to see the whites in their eyes the way we saw it the first 6 or 7 weeks of the season, where it didn't matter if teams tried to Marcus Mariota this thing and get the ball out in 2.1 seconds. It didn't matter because whether it was Zach Allen, Jonathan Cooper, Nick Bonito, freaking Jonah Ellis, it didn't really matter. JFM, it didn't matter who it was. Somebody was getting back there and disrupting a rhythm and then allowing the gang tackling to happen. If this Broncos defense can get back to even 70 to 80% maybe of the sack production and the volume and just the pressure rate that they were getting on these opposing quarterbacks, I think that would do wonders, not just for the defense and the way that they operate and the way that VJ likes to be aggressive with those down and distance situations, but do wonders for the offense that they're able to exhale like they had for most of the season when things just haven't started as quickly as they want in some cases, to be able to exhale and be like, hey, the boys are back. They got it.
Yeah.
We're going to be fine. They probably believe that anyways because they're so tight-knit as a group together, and they've put together a body work that would suggest that. They've won 14 games, and 2 of their losses came with no time on the clock. They could have been 6. They were a leverage penalty and maybe what was it? The Chargers got an extra kick, right, because of a offsides or
I think
a block or
right.
something like that. Yeah.
Illegal formation.
Illegal
or something.
formation. That's
Yeah,
what it was.
Yeah.
So they were a dumb formation and a dumb penalty away from being 16-1.
Oh, that's right. Because remember, Rizzy said we tried something we had never done before.
Yeah, they went
That's
for a
what it
field goal
was.
block on
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
60-yard field goal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, man, it's these little tiny things. Creaky brings up a good point. Riley Moss not getting any penalties down the field would be a huge upgrade and something for them to get better at. I will say this. You talk about sacks. They lacked turnovers all year until week 18 where they had 2 turnovers and then a turnover on downs. You are not winning even the divisional round if you're not getting sacks or forcing turnovers. The defense shows up and are pedestrian. I'm really hesitant to be like, oh, don't worry. The offense will do the heavy lifting this week. I haven't really seen that outside of Dallas, who had the worst secondary in the NFL, and Cincinnati, who had packed it in at that point.
Yeah, and you see the turnover that comes in the Chargers game, Josh, and it's J-Mac taking it directly to the crib for points.
And that's actually a deflection, so it's just him being in the right place, right time.
Yeah, which, again, the Broncos have a heads-up savvy secondary, and I'll even include some of the linebacking core in there as well because I just think Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga is the poster child maybe. Maybe it's a co-poster with Patrick Surtain for just having a nose for the football, seeing how things are developing and putting yourself in a position to either blow it up or create a game-changing turnover or play. But the Broncos defense as a whole plays very opportunistically that way, and more times than not, they're in the right space. And that includes Riley Moss, who I think doesn't screw up as much as people like to say he does, but when he does, man, it is front and center on the television. Like he has not been able to get away with anything. He can't hide from no camera out there. But I think he's included in that category. And so, yeah, I think that if the Broncos, especially if they're not going to get on the horses and be able to get after the quarterback the way they were, you got to replicate that somewhere. You can't not be sacking and pressuring the quarterback and not forcing turnovers and just expect to win this tennis volley back and forth with another playoff team.
All right, we'll get back to that conversation in our 4th and final quarter. You need more proof that the NFL is king? I got it for you with some numbers of viewership throughout the 2025 season that we will share with you next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Brandon Stokely here for Colorado's hometown HVAC team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Is your heating system struggling to perform and need to be traded? It has never been easier to get a quote for a new heating system. Rocks Heating and Air offers a free online heating and cooling quoting system so that you can quickly and accurately get pricing on a new system. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, Rocks, Heating and Air.
Hey, Broncos Country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Enjoy this run to the playoffs and be safe when you're going to the games or to parties. If you do get into an accident, make the right call to Flanagan Law. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Cliss, presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3. The
They make the sports world go round, does football. And I saw an article last night about the total number. I was reading it off of Real GM, but they're quoting some other sources here. NFL viewership went up. It's at 18.7 million viewers a game. That's the second most since the league started tracking it in 1988. And actually, it was in 1989 where it was a tick higher than that.
It's very important that you get that year right.
Yeah, exactly. 18.7 viewers a game, Richie. That's what the number was. When the Nuggets won the finals, they had about 12 million viewers a game. About 12.4. I don't want to short them 400,000. But that's the NBA finals. And you're still getting 6 million more watching a regular season football game. Last year's NBA finals, because it was OKC and Indiana, and everybody's like, I don't care about that. 10.7 million per game, which clearly a full 8 million less than every NFL regular season game. The Stanley Cup Finals, you know, they're shy of 3 million on an average. Now, they got a big bump a couple of years ago, but last year it wasn't great with the rematch there. And the World Series, now Game 7 had 15.7 million watching. You got Shohei, obviously the big star. You have a Toronto team to get a Canadian audience involved. So they did solid a year ago. But it leaves a lot to be desired if you look past the 2025 World Series. So football, man, it is king. It will not go away. I would only imagine that this number is going to keep going up.
Yeah.
Casual people start watching because there's bets involved and fantasy involved and all that stuff.
And what's crazy is the NFL is almost bulletproof even when they're the ones holding the gun, because of the way that the NFL continue to splinter off the coverage of these games, and you got to have all these different streaming services now. You know, they're throwing a wild card playoff game on Amazon Prime, right? Despite the fact that all these other networks, you know, I think they're throwing the Bears playoff game on Amazon Prime, despite the fact that it's like a marquee NFC matchup, and every network submitted for it, and they gave it to Prime. Like, they don't care.
No.
Because they know they're going to come up with their number regardless. They're almost just doing it as an I scratch your back, you're going to scratch mine later when we want to do a bigger deal. You could put these games on friggin' Mars, and people are going to find a way to watch. We were having that conversation earlier in the day, Drew and Amanda and I, talking about how, like, oh, you know, if the NFL, you know, put this game on this channel, I don't think it would do well. I disagree. I think if there was a streaming service that literally started today, like a brand new one, and the NFL was like, hey, we're going to put whatever the worst NFL playoff game is or a Week 18 game or whatever on this season. Let's say it was a Week 18 that meant something, right? Steelers, Ravens. We're going to put it on that streaming service would be like the most popular streaming service in the country within 5 years.
I can prove your point for you. How often you watch True TV?
Yeah.
Only during the NCAA tournament, right? And you find it.
Yep.
You find it every year.
Yeah,
We'd
no,
find it there too.
The NFL is a juggernaut, man. And, you know, people say, and there's probably some truth to it, that, like, the NFL is the ultimate, you know, war machine, Death Star, that, like, they don't even care if their product isn't that good because they know you're going to eat it anyways, and you're going to say, thank you, can I have another? And maybe that's true, but I don't see how it goes away anytime soon. I do think that the rule changes and some of the things in the NFL that you don't see as much, you know, crazy hard hitting. I don't think you see as much refined, true quarterback play. And you know what opened my eyes to that, to be frank? Phillip Rivers coming back for a few games with the Colts. Dude, the way that Phillip Rivers, who hadn't played football in a half a decade and was old and fat by this point in his life, respectfully, the way that he could still step up to a line of scrimmage and bark things out, call it out, it reminded me of Peyton Manning.
Dude, he's still hitting shoulder pad throws. Like, his accuracy's still right there.
It reminded me and that's that old guard of quarterbacks that's not there anymore. It's the Peyton Mannings, the Tom Bradys. I guess Joe Flacco's technically still around, but that guy's like invincible.
Right.
Ben Roethlisberger, Phillip Rivers, right? Like Matt Ryan. That was how Tom Brady. That's how quarterback used to be played, and you don't really see that as much anymore because you're pumping these kids through out of college, you're rushing them before they're ready, you're dumbing down offenses, and you're making it harder to play defense to compensate for the fact that you have less skill and talent on offense. But it doesn't matter, Josh, because 20 million people, myself and yourself included, and all the people like Drew Spivak who love to rag on it, are going to tune in either way because there's only so many Lithuanian women's basketball games that are on at the same time as the NFL that you can compensate with.
That's right. It's not going anywhere. Like I said, that number's going to grow. They're going to get to 20 million a game by next year as possible, and it's not going away anytime soon.
Can't wait. I can't wait for some point in the next 5 to 7 years, Josh. I think we're going to have a Super Bowl at an international venue that is aired exclusively on a freaking streaming service.
Wow.
Like
you have to pay for the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Like a pay-per-view. And maybe it's not on a streaming service, you know, like they're not putting it on Netflix, but I could see a world where we have pay-per-view Super Bowls, and I also see a very realistic world as the NFL continues their quest for global domination that we have a Super Bowl outside of the U.S. And maybe even outside of North America.
Furious about
We're talking Brazil or London or whatever. Because remember, Wembley Stadium and Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, they're bigger than most stadiums that you play a Super Bowl. So from a financial perspective, it's like, oh, you mean we get to sell 110,000 tickets to the Super Bowl?
It's a corporate event anyway.
Yeah.
Like it's not.
I know.
There's some fans.
Is that maybe one of the biggest injustices in sports, that championship games, the Super Bowl being the poster child for it, are by and large out of the price range of actual fans, the majority of actual fans.
And even if you're a fan, you want to go and you're willing to spend $1,500 to $2,500, you're up in the 500s. Now that's where the real people are.
Doesn't include parking, doesn't include travel. That's just the ticket.
Yeah, just the ticket. A beer, you want a drink, you want a hot dog, you want some popcorn, like it's going to get
like
very,
a normal
very
fan
pricey.
experience.
Yeah, exactly. But NFL will not go anywhere. $20 million a game is right around the corner. Richie, you saw the story, about a month ago now, of folks breaking into Shedeur Sanders' home. I think they were playing Baltimore, and they stole $200,000.
He was on the road, I think.
Right? On the road playing Baltimore. They stole random things, a lot of jewelry that was worth $200,000. They have arrested 4 suspects, the 3 dudes that went in, and then the getaway driver also got. And I looked at the, I can't remember the city that Shedeur lives in, but it's on the internet. And I was like, what could the penalty be for these guys that are now caught, arrested, and going to be tried? They could face between 1 and 10 years in prison. Obviously, that goes, do they have any priors? I remember seeing the video, and if they had a weapon,
I call that the weatherman range.
yeah,
between
yeah,
1 and 10.
If they had
Anywhere in between.
They had a weapon, then there's like a attempted armed robbery, and that adds some time, and I don't really remember all that. But where my brain went was $200,000. What would the carrot have to be for you to take a risk of up to 10 years in prison? Because $200,000 ain't it. You're pretty short.
No, that
on my
means
scale.
you're saying that a year of your time is worth $20,000.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
So what would the
before
number?
taxes?
Yeah, so really it's 12.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, I'm cheap, but man,
right.
that is.
What would the number have to be for you to go, you know what? I will take this risk to possibly lose 10 years of my life. It's in the millions.
See, my mind doesn't. It's the sad thing is, my mind, there probably is a dollar amount. Because I said that, frankly, Josh, when the whole Live PGA controversy happened, and all those Live guys were taking the Saudi money and all that stuff. Cristiano Ronaldo did it, right, for like $750 million. Like
his own private jet,
for the
staff.
For the Brooks Koepka. Yeah, he doesn't have to follow country like national laws, and his girlfriend can live with him.
His girlfriend can do whatever she wants to.
Yeah, so he's a weird dude. But
if that's weird, I'm in.
Right. I don't want to be normal.
Yeah.
But like the Brooks Koepkas, right, of the world, the Phil Mickelsons, these guys that did the Lives, it's like, I don't know, man. If I'm a golfer, and golf is a notoriously difficult sport to make big money in, because you really, it's a cutthroat. You got to perform. You got to pay your way to go to all these tournaments. You have one bad freaking round, like we all do basically every single year or summer when we go golfing, and it costs you millions. And and so for those guys to have something sit down in front of them and said, hey, we're branching off to this new brand of golf, Brooks Koepka. I'm going to give you $60 million, and I don't even care how you play.
Just show up.
Yeah. I'm not going to ask. I'm not going to ask where the money came from, what is going to happen, because I just unlocked a generational. I literally just won the lottery. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just unlocked generational wealth for myself, for my kids, for their kids, and I could probably stretch that way further. You know what I mean? With investments and with that kind of thing. So there's a number, but I would probably get to that route faster if the question was like, hey, if it's, let's just say it's 2009 and Megan Fox is coming off the set of Transformers and it's like, hey,
with her weird thumbs.
Yes, I'll look past it. I'm not even looking. If it was like, hey, what's standing between you and locking down prime Megan Fox or Ana de Armas or whatever? Not a lot.
Yeah.
Where do you want me to hide the body? Where do you know what I mean? Like, how hard could it be to break into a safe? You know what I mean? I've watched the movies.
Sure.
Just give me a drill.
The interest rate on that amount of money is paying your mortgages. Just the interest on that.
Exactly.
alone.
Yeah, but yeah. So to the point of your question, stupid. People are so short-sighted with some of this stuff. $200,000 and you're going to sit in jail for
a decade.
Up to. Why are we targeting petty theft? You know what I mean?
$200,000.
Like,
yeah.
take down some armored trucks or something. You know what I mean? Like,
get your money's worth.
Be for real.
Yeah.
Step your game up.
Make sure the juice is worth the squeeze. Not $20,000 a year. All right, let's get into hour number 4, quarter number 4. I want to get back to a conversation about the future of VJ and the future of Davis Webb. How real are the rumors of those guys leaving Denver and finding a new gig this offseason? Let's find out what Mike Cliss knows next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
If your house has been feeling colder than it should this winter, and you're cringing every time you open your electric oil bill, well, I've been there. Trust me, I live in Roxborough. It's windy all the time, so you know what I want? New windows. Great thing I got, Window Nation. You can start thinking about new windows, and then you worry about the cost. But that's not the case with Window Nation. Get this. January is such a smart time to call my friends at Window Nation. Tell them Cecil sent you. Right now, they're running their Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, and you can replace all the windows in your home without paying a fortune. In fact, you could get new windows with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years. You can choose from over 1,500 styles and colors, and every window comes with a lifetime warranty, so you're protected long after installation day. Window Nation, proud to be part of Team Dave Logan, a corporate sponsor of the Wounded Warrior Project. And that matters to me as a military family. But don't wait. This sale ends soon. Schedule your fast, free estimate now. Go to windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
Everyone does. But even the best deal in the market becomes high if rates fall in the future. So now what? Go through all the expense again? No. Just go to U.S. Mortgages and get our trademarked lowest rate for life product. It allows you to get your savings today and lock in at below market rates like our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, 4.75% 5 years fixed?
Yes, and even if the market does improve further, great. We redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee, and there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. So stop waiting for rates to get better and wasting money. Lock in your savings now and know you're 100% protected with lowest rate for life. Call 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com. Rate must be locked by 9/16.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Whatever you're looking for when you head out into the wild, keep an open mind. Sometimes the real treasure is the journey itself. Sure enough, there's treasure out there. Sometimes it's something you didn't expect to find. And more often than not, it's as simple as the memories you make. Make some memories of your own with a new vehicle from Corwin Toyota. Family driven for over 100 years.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Babe, your arms look amazing. Working out is paying off.
Thanks. I just wish my chest matched. No matter what I do, I'm frustrated with my man boobs.
Hey, don't beat yourself up. More than half of men have gynecomastia. It's gland tissue, not laziness. Same thing is happening to my friend Trisha's husband. He went to Dr. Cameron Dastry at Modern Surgical Arts of Denver.
For real? You get good results?
He got great results. Call him, honey.
Call today. They're offering complimentary consultations for the fan listeners. 303-470-3400 or at modernsurgicalarts.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, college football playoff action continues as Miami faces Ole Miss starting at 7.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3.
Lammy on assignment. Sweet assignment. Las Vegas for a couple of days.
I've been assigned worse.
I had a wild card weekend, so hopefully Cecil has made it safe and taking care of the business he needs to take care of. We'll be getting you set for wild card weekend tomorrow, reacting to a little college football playoff that we'll watch tonight. We'll get deeper into that. We got Avs action and college football playoff action in our lives tonight. We'll tell you how we feel about those games coming up at about 1:45. In the meantime, we wanted to talk a little bit about the coaching rumors going on and what the Denver Broncos, who the Denver Broncos are that are tied to said rumors. So Vance Joseph interviewing with a bunch of places. Davis Webb's starting to ramp it up here as the week goes on.
Darren Rizzi.
Yeah, Darren Rizzi. That's something I didn't think we'd say today.
I don't know that he was expecting that call.
He's like,
his agent's like, hey, dude, you're never going to believe
you
this.
talking to me?
Yeah.
Are you sure you weren't trying to reach Davis Webb's office?
Yeah. Do you and Davis Webb have a similar phone number?
Right. Oh, no, Rizzi. We wanted Webb.
Yes.
Sorry. But he is going to talk to the New York Giants. How real is this? Like, what are the rumors about VJ? Is there some real smoke when it comes to him actually getting a head coaching job this cycle? Something we asked Mike Cliss this morning.
Yeah, I think he's going to get a job. I think he's going to get a second chance. There's just way too much interest in him. Like you say, he's got 3 interviews today, probably done with the Ravens right now. Getting ready to interview with the Giants, and then he has the Raiders later today. That's the order. And then he has the Cardinals tomorrow. He had the Titans yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if the Titans, if the key is the second interview. Everybody gets a first interview.
Yeah.
Davis Webb is getting a couple. The key is how viable the candidates are is if they get the second interview. And I think Vance will probably get multiple second interviews. Last year, I think he got 2 Zoom interviews, didn't get a second one. And he should have with the Jets. They went the wrong way with Aaron Glenn. But I think he's got a chance. And
all right, so a real chance to be a head coach. And then you kind of have to state the obvious here. Those Zoom interviews a year ago, some teams checking boxes when it comes to the Rooney Rule.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't get a second
Interview or interview?
Interview, yeah, exactly right. It sounds like he's really considered as a head coach candidate here. Now, good news, if the Broncos do lose Vance Joseph, there's a couple third-round picks coming back to the Broncos. I think Richie and I are on the same page there. You probably prefer to keep Vance around over those draft picks.
It's not even a question for me.
And then think about this. Mike McDaniel got fired in Miami today. Think about a duo of VJ's your head coach, Mike's your offensive coordinator, and Vance has put himself in the position he's in right now. I'm the guy that's the head coach, and I do the defense. You're the guy that's the offensive genius. I don't want to micromanage you. I don't want to worry about what's going on. I'm going to leave you alone, and you go do that.
Vic Fangio's dream.
Exactly, yeah. VJ as a head coach, Mike McDaniel as your play caller. I think that's appealing to some NFL teams.
Yeah, Mike McDaniel getting fired. You have the Atlanta Falcons with a coaching vacancy. And I did read that Atlanta and Cleveland, there have both been whispers about them wanting to add Vance Joseph to their interview docket. It hasn't been officially scheduled yet, but you've got 5 of the, 8 teams or 9 teams?
8 now because of Miami,
8 that have head coaching vacancies that are interested in Vance Joseph to be the new leader on the sideline for their organization. And that's not by accident. That's not by virtue of the Rooney Rule. I actually think Vance Joseph has put as good of a resume on paper as just about any coordinator, hopeful first-time head coach around the league. And you look at what Seattle is doing with Mike Macdonald, right? How quickly they've shot out of a cannon with a defensive-minded first-year head coach and teams looking to replicate that kind of scenario. I agree with Cliss. I think Vance Joseph is going to get an offer here, and it will lead to a job. Now, you never know. Maybe Greg Penner steps in at the 11th hour because there's no salary cap on coaches and you can pay him whatever you want, and you give him the Godfather offer he could never refuse. But even then, I think we're on borrowed time with VJ because ultimately in his heart of hearts, he's expressed it, and many of us who are around the organization, the team, and around Vance Joseph, you can just infer it. He wants another crack at this thing.
Yep.
He deserves another crack at it. To be frank, I just don't like that it's timing up during a open more than I thought it would be Super Bowl window for the Broncos, and I would love to keep it around for one more year if we can do it.
And especially if you don't win it all this year, right?
Right.
You might be able to swallow that pill like, oh, we won it all. Now everybody gets to part ways and go get your big bag. But
this is the price of a successful franchise, though, Josh. This is the Broncos front office got raided the last couple of years. Disciples of George Payton and or Darren Muji is going on to run organizations in the front office and all that stuff. This is what happens, and we haven't been used to it here in Broncos country for the last 7 or 8 years or so because they've been bad and dysfunctional, but they're not anymore. And the Broncos are back to that reality of like, yes, they're a coveted destination, I think, for people to want to come, certainly for players to want to come, But other teams who are fighting and clawing for success, they want a piece of what the Broncos have. And more likely than not, in Vance Joseph's case, I think they're going to get it.
One more. We asked Mike Cliss about Davis Webb, another guy that's starting to get some interviews around the league. How real is his head coaching opportunities, and will he really make the jump to either OC or head coach without calling any plays?
Davis Webb, that would take a leap of faith because he doesn't call plays, but it has happened before. Zach Taylor didn't call plays, and he was the quarterback coach with the Rams before the Bengals got him a job. I gave him the job, and he maybe struggled his first year, but his second year he was a great choice. And so there's a few of these teams with head coaching opportunities also have young quarterbacks or about to draft a young quarterback, and they need a quarterback whisperer. And the job Davis Webb has done with Bo Nix definitely puts him into the conversation. We'll see how it works for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a second interview also.
All right. So again, those second interviews, as Cliss told us in the first answer, that's when you really know there's something there. I think VJ's gone. I think VJ's going to go. I'm like you. I don't want that, but I think he's going to go. I'm not sure about Davis Webb. I don't have that same sort of confidence. I know there's a clock ticking. He's not going to be around here forever. I just don't know if it's right now that he gets that nod.
No,
dude, John Harbaugh's out there. Mike McDaniel's now available, who has some offensive history. There's some teams that, candidates that are out there, even though he's young and he's such a hot commodity right now, that I think teams would trust more to hand over a ton of responsibility to.
They're also just at different planes, right? Vance Joseph is a very proven and established defensive coordinator, not a defensive backs coach, not a linebackers coach, a coordinator. He's coordinated multiple successful defenses for multiple teams. He is a prior head coach in the NFL, even though it didn't go well. He rebounded from his poor head coaching stint here in Denver with some multiple successful coordinator stints, and is now ready to jump back into the cycle. Davis Webb's not there yet. What would that be? We're in 2026, so 4 years ago, Josh, Davis Webb was playing professional football.
Crazy, dude.
Davis Webb was playing quarterback in the NFL 4 years ago. There is a very realistic world where Davis Webb maybe gets a little bit of traction. He's already got an interview on the docket with the Raiders, right?
Yeah,
with the Raiders, and maybe another team calls. Maybe he gets a second interview, right? But there is a much more realistic world where Sean Payton can pick up the phone, call his buddy Greg P. Greg Penner.
Need a little bit of cash there.
Hey, need a little cash advance for our boy Davis Webb here. JG Wentworth me real quick.
That's right.
and maybe Sean then gets to go with that nice check for Davis Webb and say, hey, slide that across the table for you. Count those zeros whenever you want. But also, I'm going to give you a little bit more responsibility on this team. You're going to be, you're going to help me with the play calling.
That's what I thought.
You're going to be
You're
going to be like a co-offensive coordinator with Lombardi. You guys are going to, work in tandem with each other. And your relationship with Bo Nix that you've developed, because he's our franchise guy, is too important to lose. There's a much more realistic world where that happens. Whereas we talked about it, hey, is there a number where you would throw your life away for 10 years? I'm sure a number exists where Vance Joseph would stick around for one more year as defensive coordinator. But I think it's much more higher than Davis Webb's, and I just think that the stars are aligning, and VJ's got the best opportunity to do his thing. What I could see is not Davis Webb getting second interviews maybe and becoming serious head coaching candidates as a QB coach right now, but I could see Davis Webb taking an opportunity to leave with his buddy VJ and go be the offensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens, the New York Giants, where he previously played quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
For the Raiders, for the Titans, wherever VJ goes, I could see a defensive-minded head coach in Vance Joseph saying, hey, I know you, you know me, we're familiar with each other. Let's take this show on the road, and I'll give you all those things that you want.
Yeah.
And pretty soon, you'll be getting a head coaching job yourself.
That's exactly right. Everybody's got a price, right? Everybody's got a price. Let's see what that is for the Broncos. Good thing
I'd love to find out.
Good thing we got the rich guy running things there down at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Quick Broncos break. Let's get back to the Nuggets. They wrapped up their roadie in Boston last night with a W, thanks to a 30-point performance from P.Y. and Jamal Murray doing something he's never done and something that hasn't been done in the NBA in a handful of years. Details coming up next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
I've got to tell you, the weight started coming off fast. With the first couple of weeks of SodaWeightLoss.com, I could feel the difference. Overall, I lost 60 pounds, and I'm never going back. The biggest game changer for me has been having my own nutritionist, someone that I can text anytime, real answers, real support, real accountability. That's what keeps you moving with SodaWeightLoss.com, and that's the soda difference. Fast, easy, convenient weight loss that fits real life. No hunger, no guesswork, and a coach who actually knows you. That's why clients routinely look and feel 10 years younger, and why Soda has nearly 9,000 positive Google reviews and thousands of before and after photos that prove it. And right now is the perfect time to start because the promo is incredible. Join Soda today, and your partner joins for free. 2 people, 1 price, 2 transformations. If you want the results that you can see and feel, and a nutritionist you can text whenever you need help, go to SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Colorado's largest sportsman's travel event is back. Outfitters, lodges, and destinations. Meet the experts who'll make your trip unforgettable. Sportsman's Expo, Thursday through Sunday at the Colorado Convention Center in Denver.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
Hey, Broncos Country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. We have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment money can buy. We carry true treadmills. They are the smoothest, quietest, and best warranty treadmills ever built for the home. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Big dub last night for our Denver Nuggets, beating up on the Boston Celtics on their home hardwood and doing so again shorthanded. Not quite as shorthanded as they were against Philly, but they're still down their big stars. No Cam, no Joker, no Jonas, and they found a way to get it done. Thanks to a 30-point performance from Payton Watson, that dude went 6 of 7 from the three-point line, showing he is learning how to shoot the ball from deep, has been really good at that all season. Jamal Murray carrying this team. He also scored 22 points, but what stands out is the 17 turnovers, and if you scroll, I guess it's right next to it in the box score, the turnover category. 2. One must have come late because they were tracking it and they kept saying it on.
17 assists.
Yeah, 17 assists, 2 turnovers.
2 turnovers, yeah.
They were saying he's only got 1 turnover the whole game, but had one late there. He has been so impressive, a 16-assist performance in that Philadelphia game that we were just mentioning, and then 17 last night, set a career high with 16, then one-ups himself to set a new career high at 17. Jamal, he was asked about his assists after the game.
I felt like my teammates were hooping. I was just finding the ball and trying to keep pressure on them as well as pick my spots and play my game. You know, just a balance, you know, with not just without Yoke, but with everybody that's out, just creating for other guys, and if it doesn't work, creating again. And at the same time with the mentality that I can't be too passive and I got to also be aggressive. I can't be too aggressive. I got to get my teammates as well. So just pick my spots, and I'm not really doing nothing different.
All right, well, and he did a good job at that, right? I got to still be aggressive, but I can't ignore my teammates. And I love that he gives his teammates a shout-out because you lose Nikola Jokic and you still have Jamal Murray. It would be very easy for these guys to go, all right, Jamal, do it. We'll stand around and watch and come set you an off-ball screen or something if you need it, but you do it now. They continue to cut. They continue to run baseline, especially when a team's going to play a little soft zone on them. You do it at the free throw line, dude running baseline. You learn that in 5th grade basketball. His teammates have not stopped moving and cutting without the basketball, going and set an off-ball screen so that you can make that cut and trust that a dude like Jamal is going to find you with the ball.
It's been a fascinating stretch of games here, the last 5 games or so, where we kind of were in a situation where we're like, hey, the Nuggets are going to have to learn how to play basketball without Jokic a little bit.
Yeah.
He's the sun that the solar system revolves around, and they're all just planets that fall into their lines. And it has looked better than I thought, to be frank. If you told me that the Nuggets are going to be 3-2 in 5 games without Jokic, I would have jumped up and down and been thrilled.
Yeah.
If you told me that on a 7-game roadie with all the injuries that they had, that they were going to walk away 3-4, and one of those losses was one I felt like they could have won. Was it Charlotte or one of those games? I remember they just gave it away late, and it's like, man, are you kidding me? They had that one. Because, Josh, they don't have anything more than a 3-game road trip at a time for the rest of the season. They got a couple of 3-game road trips, I think, on the back half of their schedule here, and that's it. So you got through this gauntlet of a 7-game road trip with all these injuries. You got some reinforcements there at the end, but you still don't have Jokic. The Nuggets proved to me a lot of mettle and resilience and fortitude over this last stretch of 5 to 7 games, and I'm thrilled about what it could look like, especially when you compound the fact that I think Jokic is going to come back quicker than maybe we initially thought when we were talking about
earlier than the 4 weeks even.
Well, no, because 4 weeks was just the reevaluation period.
You're right. Yep.
Right? I think he's coming back in 4 weeks.
Yeah. Yep.
Whereas before we're talking about, like, hey, it's a reevaluation, but then you're going to be a week before the All-Star break. It'll probably be after the All-Star break that we see him. I remember you and I were having that conversation because it was like we were on the air together the morning after it happened.
And remember, they did that same thing with Aaron and Christian, like reevaluated
at the Christmas, and then it was the New Year.
3 or 4 games after that.
Yeah. So I think Jokic, just the way you see him walking around, right? He's walking into arenas with no limp. He seems seems happy. He doesn't look labored. He's actively coaching and engaged on the sideline. Like, that to me, Jokic is an ultimate competitor, so he's just wired that way in general. But that to me profiles and presents as a guy who knows he's coming back and is trying to stoke the fire to keep this thing going because he knows that he can hit the ground running once he does.
Yeah, it's just been so impressive. And his body, I mean, call him the T1000 of a basketball player, and now his body proving that as well. So it's a pleasant surprise. Peyton Watson dropping his 30 and his shooting ability showing his ceilings a little bit higher than I think even a lot of people that loved what Peyton brought to the table. His ability to knock down the three, we were talking about it off air, me and Drew a little bit. Man, the only thing that guy's really missing from his game right now is, and he has the ability, I'm just a little uncomfortable with him doing it full time, being a ball handler.
Yeah.
That's why Jalen Pickett's kind of emergence been nice too, because he can be your backup ball handler when things get right. If you don't want Peyton to have that responsibility, and then you can have a guy coming off your bench and Peyton Watson that goes, well, he can score, he can create his own shot, and he can guard 1 through 5. Pretty good piece to have coming off your bench.
Yeah, and Jalen Pickett with what he's been able to prove, like he to me profiles as a guy that's like, hey, that should be your backup point guard.
I agree.
That should be your backup point guard, and maybe that doesn't factor as much into a playoff rotation situation as it does in a regular season setting. But the uptick in production and in confidence and in ability that we've seen from Pickett, from Watson, and from, ironically, maybe the least likely candidate, Zeke Naji, has created just a different shine on this Nuggets team that didn't exist before. And then when you start to roll in the reinforcements from a health perspective coming back, when Cam Johnson fully returns to the lineup, when Jokic fully returns to the lineup, when Jonas Valanciunas is fully returned to the lineup, and these guys are all together happy, not just one here, one there, we're going to rest a guy here, we're going to do that.
Yep.
That's a situation where I don't know that there is a team in the Western Conference that you say, hey, they can't beat them. And maybe we were saying that at the start of the season, but then Oklahoma City comes out of a cannon and is like, okay, well, we're playing for second. I don't know now, man.
They're coming back down to it too.
I think they're what, 6-6 in their last 12 or something like that?
I don't know if they played last night, but that's what it was before.
Yeah, they're like 6-6 in their last 12, relatively speaking. They got blown out at home by the Charlotte Hornets by like 30. They've looked more mortal in recent weeks. And what's crazy is you look at the standings, and man, if some of these Nuggets injuries didn't happen, the Nuggets probably would be right on the heels for that number 1 seed.
We've talked about, hey, when you were here, when Joker got hurt, we're like, oh, can they keep their head above water? Is it going to be down to a 6 seed just to avoid the play-in? I don't know if that's the case. The hunger that they've shown, the ability for Jamal to carry his team the way he's done it the last couple nights, with OKC falling down, the Lakers are surging right now, but they're not their star because that's Luka now, but LeBron James dealing with sciatica. You think that's going to last? He's not going to be a top 3 seed in the NBA. So I still don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities for Denver to earn that 3 seed, earn that 2 seed. Because if they hit the ground running, when the guys come back and their heads have already been kept above water, you're going to be sitting pretty for our postseason seeding. All right, the Nuggets will be back in action coming up this weekend. Little homestand over the weekend. No Trae Young, but the Hawks will be coming Friday night at 7. And then Giannis, I'll see if Giannis plays, but Milwaukee and the Bucks will be here Sunday at 6. We'll get back into that a little bit more
Giannis'
tomorrow.
last time as a Buck here in Denver?
See, I think actually the Bucks are going to make a big splash and bring someone to help Giannis.
So do what they tried to do by bringing in Dame. And,
Yeah.
And it just didn't work. They'll just try again.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis has the patience for that.
I think one more try. Well, and Giannis, crap or get off the pot. You want to leave? Tell him you want to leave. He just does this like he doesn't want to make the fans
Which
mad
is ironically what I said about Dame too, right? Because it was like he would complain about things, and it's like, well, other teams would take you, but he never wanted to leave, and then he finally did, and it was epically bad.
Hated it.
Yeah, it was epically bad.
All right, we'll get back to the Broncos. Let's talk about Bo Nix. He needs some help this postseason on his offense, right? You want to make a deep playoff run? Well, who's going to step up for their quarterback? Who would you pick if you could pick one player to unlock? Doesn't have to be an offensive player, but that's where my brain goes. Text us on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Answer on our Denver Sports YouTube channel, and we'll give our answers next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
This is a test. This is a statewide required monthly test of the emergency alert system. If this had been an actual alert, important information would have followed. This concludes the test of the emergency alert system.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
I do. Everyone does. But even the best deal in the market becomes high if rates fall in the future. So now what? Go through all the expense again? No. Just go to U.S. Mortgages and get our trademarked lowest rate for life product. It allows you to get your savings today and lock in at below market rates like our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, 4.75% 5 years fixed?
Yes, and even if the market does improve further, great. We redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee, and there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. So stop waiting for rates to get better and wasting money. Lock in your savings now and know you're 100% protected with lowest rate for life. Call 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com. Rate must be locked by 9/16.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, Colorado, when you're in the market for a new truck or SUV, head to Johnson Auto Plaza. Explore their huge selection of new Chevy, Buick, and GMC trucks and SUVs. Find your new truck or SUV at JohnsonChevyBuickGMC.com. Stop in and experience the Johnson advantage that so many now know. Johnson Auto Plaza is your truck and SUV headquarters, just north of E470 on Highway 85. JohnsonChevyBuickGMC.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, college football playoff action continues as Miami faces Ole Miss starting at 7.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I want to talk about unlocking some offensive weapons for Bo Nix. Or your brain goes the other way. Who would you like to unlock on the defensive side of things for the Broncos when they get set for a divisional round game over at Mile High Stadium? Richie Carney hanging out for today and tomorrow, filling in for Cecil Lammy. Before we give our answers and check in with the tribe, looking at something from Ted at Mile High Salute. Cool, Ted, and Loveland up there. He's asking about the Vance Joseph situation, him getting a job. If he leaves, the Broncos get 2 third-round draft picks. Ted writes, didn't we already learn that Vance Joseph will not be a good head coach, just like Vic Fangio? He's meant to be a D coordinator, and that's the highest that he should go.
I don't know about that, Ted.
I don't know about that either, Ted, because it's the sample size we got with VJ as a head coach. He had not one, but both arms tied behind his back in the fight that is being a head coach, which is obviously completely unfair to the guy. He had no say. John was the head coach and the general manager, literally telling him how to do game plans and roster management and all of that stuff. So, I mean, is he going to succeed? I'm not telling Ted that, but I think he'll be better than what he was the first go-around.
I guess I would say, Ted, why don't you put the shoe on your own foot, Ted?
There you go.
You went to a job. You got hired on at a place of a role of pretty significance. You're running a floor of a business, right? But that business and your boss is going to literally actively sabotage your ability to do the job. You're not going to have access to critical emails, so you're not in the loop about what's going on. Just ask Vance Joseph how the TJ Ward situation felt when he found out he was not getting renewed for a contract. So you're not going to have access to your email or be able to communicate. You are going to be essentially undermined from above, which then hurts the level of confidence that the people who report to you have. And ultimately, you're going to do a bad job because you're not set up to succeed. Would you want the narrative on you? Do you think it's fair to have the narrative on you to be like, well, didn't we know that Ted wasn't going to be a good manager because he's a good middle-level guy, but that's all he's ever going to be? The answer is no, but that's literally what happened to VJ. He did not get a fair shake the first time around, and sometimes that's life, but that doesn't mean that he's not worthy of another shot.
Agreed.
I think the fact that he went back to being a coordinator, he got humbled on a very public stage in the middle of the most tumultuous and turmoil-filled time in this franchise's history of the Broncos, with the Bolin, the Game of Thrones ownership situation with the trust, and the poor front office work, and John Elway being a part of it on the back end of his tenure that was not as shiny as the first part.
Right.
And then he goes to be a coordinator in Arizona, and he does really well. And then he comes here as a coordinator, and he's doing unbelievable. His defense is the talk of the NFL. They're toasting to him for September, October, and November. And then, in December, they've been a little bit leaky. But overall, he's the defensive coordinator of a back-to-back playoff team, and this year they're the number one team in the AFC. He deserves another shot. He's going to get another opportunity. He's got 5 of the 8 teams already that have either interviewed him or have him on the schedule. And who knows? Maybe he goes to the New York Giants and, like many coaches in the last decade or so, flops post Tom Coughlin, right? Maybe that's what happens. But we'll have that conversation at that time.
And at that point, and again, I like that you use the example of put yourself in his shoes. At that point, he's going to go, all right, I've tried this twice. I wasn't successful at either way, but I went out on my shield. I did it how I thought it should go, and I can live with that.
Sinatra style.
Yeah, that's right. You know what I mean?
And then you go be Vance Joseph.
You get a defensive coordinator job the next day like that.
You get a defensive coordinator job for a contender, and you get to build you get to pick where you want to go because as a DC, everybody loves you. So you get to put yourself like VJ did under a guy like Howie Roseman, who runs a hell of a front office. And honestly, what he's got here in Denver with George Payton, respectfully, he's been able to do has been pretty darn good in recent years, combined with Sean Payton now. So if that's what happens with VJ, you hit it on the nail, or you hit the nail on the head. He gets to go out on his own terms, not the terms that Elway and the Broncos decided for him.
Because right now, VJ's telling everybody in his circle, like, yeah, I got a head coaching job, but I was sabotaged. That's why I failed. Nobody wants to live with that.
How about the fact that he also maybe just wasn't ready the first time around?
That's
but
a fair
he's ready
point.
now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
aren't we all better at something we've done already?
Yes, and like all of us, I encourage all of my colleagues, like I would encourage you, like I would encourage Ted, and I'm sure everybody else would argue, if a fantastic opportunity comes your way and you're offered the opportunity to take it, even if you don't think you're 100% ready, you take it and you say, I'm going to figure it out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? George Payton, frankly, didn't do that. George Payton felt like he was probably ready to take some GM jobs and was waiting for the right opportunity, and that's worked out well for him. But by and large, if you've got the opportunity to achieve a dream goal of yours, you're maybe never going to be 100% ready for it when it comes, but you don't get to dictate that either. So I don't blame VJ for taking the reins, even if he wasn't 100% ready, and I think he's handled the aftermath of that about as good as you could.
Our 720-951 texter's taking your route too. Bro, VJ wasn't ready. I remember him being so nervous doing his interview.
Bingo.
A news press conference. He had the driest mouth ever. He looked like Jim Carrey in Me, Myself, and Irene when he took those pills and had the monster cotton mouth.
Good pull.
That's a great pull right there. Plus using the movie reference. Yeah, I'm sure he was nervous. Again, and he's a Colorado guy, so he goes to college here, gets the head coaching job, and then realizes this isn't exactly what he thought it was going to be, or probably was even promised it was going to be. So it's something to keep an eye on. We'll see how real it is. Mike Cliss told us earlier. Let's see if he gets these second interviews and then monitor what that's going to look like moving forward. All right, we didn't get to it, but I promise we will. Let's talk about what we're going to watch tonight. Avs is an option. College football playoff, an option. Get a good chunk of the college football playoff game before the Avs start. We'll talk about that after we decide what players we want to unlock for the Broncos playoff run, which is coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Colorado roads are icy. Accidents happen. When they do, you're in luck with Flanagan Law. I'm Samantha, the personal injury lawyer who stands out from the rest of the guys. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when it matters most.
Hey, the cold weather is here. Stoke here from my friends at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new furnace? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. And don't forget about heat pump rebates. They've never been better. Up to $13,500 only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that G.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Babe, your arms look amazing. Working out is paying off.
Thanks. I just wish my chest matched. No matter what I do, I'm frustrated with my man boobs.
Hey, don't beat yourself up. More than half of men have gynecomastia. It's gland tissue, not laziness. Same thing is happening to my friend Trisha's husband. He went to Dr. Cameron Dastery at Modern Surgical Arts of Denver.
For real? You get good results?
He got great results. Call him, honey.
Call today. They're offering complimentary consultations for the fan listeners. 303-470-3400 or at modernsurgicalarts.com.
Whatever you're looking for when you head out into the wild, keep an open mind. Sometimes the real treasure is the journey itself. Sure enough, there's treasure out there. Sometimes it's something you didn't expect to find. And more often than not, it's as simple as the memories you make. Make some memories of your own with a new vehicle from Corwin Toyota. Family driven for over 100 years.
This new year, don't just make a resolution, make a transformation with SodaWeightLoss.com. Clients routinely look and feel 10 years younger like I did when I lost 60 pounds a few years ago with SodaWeightLoss.com, and it's never coming back. And right now, the perfect gift for you both. Look and feel 10 years younger for the price of one. Soda is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results, just like me. Visit SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Oh.
Wow.
That's the sound of flavor hitting just right. HelloFresh helps you cook fresh, delicious, wholesome meals every weeknight for a healthier you in each bite. From hearty falafel power bowls to juicy one-pan enchiladas, this is more than just dinner. It's feel-good made from scratch. Now hear that? That's what you bring to the table. HelloFresh. Nothing hits like home cooking. Try now at HelloFresh.com.
We got a call late New Year's Eve. A dad's garage door spring just snapped. He said, my family's counting on me tomorrow. We have big plans. So we showed up fast. We didn't talk about the price. We didn't wait till the morning. We fixed it right then. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. When you need help, we're the ones who show up. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Doors. Call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com.
When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
Free barbecue. Yep. Absolutely free barbecue. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs, the barbecue lawyer at 303 Law 4040. It's 2026, and we are taking our free meal program to the next level, and I want you to help spread the word with me if you can. I got a brand new smoker, and this thing's a beast. It's over 6 feet tall, so we can cook that 1,000 pounds of free barbecue each and every month. Here's what you do. It's Eastern Hills Community Church, 4 to 6 p.m. every first and third Thursday. I'm smoking up delicious pulled pork or my addictive copycat Chipotle recipe, and we're serving it up for free. You just get in line, you pop the trunk, we put free groceries in your trunk, and then we ask you how many meals you need for the night. It's that simple, no questions asked. It's at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word, and if you have any questions, you can always call me. The barbecue lawyer's number is 303 Law 4040.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, final segment. We're going to wrap this thing up, put a bow on it for the drive. Zach By and Philip Lindsay are going to come in here at 2 o'clock, and those boys are going to get you home this afternoon, 2 to 6. If you're a late starter, second shifter, pretty much every weekday, we've got Denver Sports Tonight from 6 to 7. So we are live, we are local, and we're talking about all the local teams. That's what we do here on a sports talk radio station. It's an interesting concept, Richie. You talk about all the sports in your city. I know some folks don't like that, but that's what sports radio is about. You hang around long enough, we're going to get to the subject that you love. That's the fun part about this show. Real quick, before we talk about unlocking and what we're watching tonight, somebody texting about the Me, Myself, and Irene mouth dry with VJ. One of our texters, the 289 are getting back in. He went to see Me, Myself, and Irene with his grandfather at 10 years old. There's some moments in that movie.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd have done that.
Well, you probably don't want to see that with your grandfather. I went to see Step Brothers in the theater, and I was an adult, but I was with my family, and I have adopted sisters that are 10 and 14 years younger than I am, 10 and 12 years younger than I am. And so, I'm 20, they're 10 and 8, and the drum set scene was an interesting decision. I'm like, Dad, no vetting? You didn't look at what this movie might have been before you brought your 10-year-old daughter?
My parents, when that movie came out, they refused to watch it with me, and I was actually glad because I got to laugh as hard as I naturally would have.
Oh, you didn't have to
I
hide
watched
it?
it by myself, and I still laugh that hard every time I watch that movie. That's a timeless one for me.
Yeah. All right, so fun stuff. Let's get into this conversation about whom you would want to unlock. Who do you want to unlock for the postseason? Like I said, Richie, my mind immediately goes to the offense because they've struggled throughout this season. If you want to go on the defensive side, that's all good too. Hit us up with what you would unlock. I think it's Marvin Mims for me, man. Like I said, my brain goes offensive because they need so much help. Troy Franklin early in the year showed I have that burner speed. I can win on my 9 routes if I'm not getting bracketed. And Bo can throw that ball. That's gone away quite a bit since the first 4 weeks of the season. You can unlock that again by a dude like Marvin Mims. I love the idea of pre-snap motion, and it's 19 coming. A little pre-snap identification as to what the defense is doing. You have him running in pre-snap motion. You can use him as a lead blocker. You could turn around and hand the ball off to him. If DB doesn't run with him and there's space on that outside, Bo recognizes it real quick. You plant 1 foot and throw the ball out there and let him have some space on the outside with one guy to meet. I just think that, now I'm not saying my answer's right and everybody else is wrong. I think Marvin Mims, with the ability he has, you open up so much more than just a pass catcher with one dude.
Yeah, I mean, we saw shades of it last year, right? Marvin Mims was kind of the baby joker, the joker by force, right? Because nobody was there to fill that role. Evan Ingram wasn't here yet, and even then, even with Evan Ingram here, sometimes it's been put into question. But it does feel like for whatever reason, one or another, it's been harder to get Marvin Mims involved and harder to get him going / get him the ball than I thought it would be, certainly. And I thought it might, if it was going to be hard, I said I thought it would be hard because there's just so many mouths to feed, because Troy Franklin's going to take a huge step forward as the wide receiver too. Cortland Sutton's going to be Cortland Sutton. Evan Ingram was going to eat. That's probably the thing I've been most wrong about this season, Josh, is when and you were there and we were all there at 104.3 The Fan on the sidelines at training camp, just watching Evan Ingram carve up those routes in practice. Even if he wasn't getting the ball, he was open. And I'm like, this dude is going to eat. He might have Jacksonville-style numbers from earlier in his career, and it just has not materialized. And I think you've seen some frustration from Bo, from Evan, from Sean Payton at times because of it. Now would be a great time to do it, and I'm seeing JB on the YouTube chat, shout out YouTube.
What's up, JB?
Say, hey, unlock Evan Ingram in the red zone in the middle of the field. The Broncos' red zone hasn't been as good as we want it to be, but man, if you had if Evan Ingram was your Rob Gronkowski, right, or your Travis Kelce, your George Kittle, your Mark Andrews like 5 years ago, that would be something. I'm sure Bo Nix could benefit from that kind of weapon. I hear you on the Marvin Mims, and I actually put Marvin Mims and Evan Ingram in a similar tier for me about where I would rank them among unlockable players on offense. But I weigh that against what unlocking like a full maxed out potential RJ Harvey would do in the run game. If you were telling me that Sean Payton, who struggles to run the ball even when they're doing it well, J.K. Dobbins averaging 5 and 6 and 7 yards a carry and struggling to get his mouth fed, metaphorically. If RJ Harvey, who Sean loves, was able to just turn into a J.K. Dobbins-esque or beyond level of player in this postseason, I do think some of that would go away. And RJ already gets involvement in the passing game, where he's been a threat, especially as a touchdown scorer in the receiving game. So unlocking that, ensuring that the Broncos offense, which has sputtered to start so many games this season, even though they've won 14 of them, you got to just, call it what it is. I think that would go such a long way to helping this Broncos offense keep pace and probably score more and score in different ways than they've had to up to this point. Because you're playing playoff level competition now.
Oh, yeah.
There are no more Dallas Cowboys and Cincinnati Bengals left for you to beat up on, which is the two teams that they really roughed up over the course of their season. Everything else was a roller coaster, a one-score game, a last-second field goal, positively or negatively.
30-plus points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, the miraculous, we'll never see it again, probably comeback. So that would probably be my offensive player. And I honestly flirted with the idea of just unlocking Bo Nix. Like if Bo Nix, you just turned everything up to 99 on Bo for the playoffs, and just because he's got the potential and the ceiling,
agreed,
in theory, to be able to do some pretty amazing things at the quarterback position. But I started to struggle with myself. I go, but haven't we seen that movie before, right? Hasn't Josh Allen been Superman in the postseason, and he leaves the field with a lead against the Kansas City Chiefs with 13 seconds left and watches that game turn into an L because his defense is giving up 30. I know these stats by heart because Zach By says them every single day, that the Bills defense gives up 33 points per game in the playoffs, despite Josh Allen having the best touchdown to interception ratio in the history of the playoffs. So I'm like, man, Josh Allen is Superman. He is a fully unlocked Bo Nix, and he might even be better than a fully unlocked Bo Nix. To be frank, we don't know yet with Bo. But man, if Josh Allen had this Broncos defense, even as much as people want to hate on the month of December for Vance Joseph, if Josh Allen had this Broncos defense, I think he gets a ring. So maybe Bo Nix is a fair answer on offense as well. Who would you unlock on the defensive side of the ball?
You know what? We got an interesting text, and you and I have talked about this in the past about Talanoa Hufanga and his inability to catch a ball.
Dude, he's like a heat-seeking missile with no hands.
Yeah, a red turtle shell with no hands.
Yes.
That's exactly it. Didn't put your name on it here, but the 483 says, unlock Hufanga. Smiling Assassin 2.0, baby. I love that. Yeah, he's a big hitter, but that's what Richie and I have been talking about. How many missed interception opportunities has Huff had? He is a heat-seeking missile, and unlocking his hands might be that exact play. Man, I would go, if I were going to unlock somebody, this is going to be weird to say. Honestly, I'm leaning a little bit towards a guy like Justin Strenad.
Really?
His ability to cover tight ends is underrated, dude. He can stay with the tight end.
I did not think you were going to say that. That's fun.
He has a little bit of an ability, not like Alex Singleton, to stuff a run-stopping hole, but you're so good interior in your trenches of the defensive line, it's not necessarily a need. Stopping a running back or a tight end coming out of the backfield with a tight end a little chip and sneak out, Stranad's been good at like sniffing that out, dude.
Wow, so you would unlock.
I went
Stranad.
off the board, but yeah.
See, I was
going
to say, because if I picked a linebacker, I would. If you told me I had to pick a linebacker and I could unlock freaking Dre Greenlaw and have a sideline to sideline freaking Ray Lewis, thumper type of linebacker, that would be intriguing. The Talanoa Hufanga thing is hilarious. Unlocking him would mean he gets like a pick six.
Can his hands not be stone?
That's actually the only thing he's missing.
Yeah.
Some of them have been friendly fire. Like he had that collision with Brandon Jones right on like the 1 yard line where he was going to catch that ball and Brandon Jones kind of like jumped in front of him and tried to catch it himself. But if I had to pick a defensive player, I had one in my mind for sure. And then over the course of the conversation we had when we had this conversation earlier, I thought of another one based on a texter's suggestion. I think I would unlock Nick Bonito. If you told me that I could just turn Nick Bonito loose, turn those dials all the way up to 99, turn it up to 11 for old Nick, I would feel like I'm getting a shade of Von Miller in the 2015 Super Bowl run. And all the other parallels that we talk about, Super Bowl 50 to Super Bowl 60, that would be another one I would welcome. If Nick Bonito channeled 2015 Von Miller, and maybe even it runs all the way to a Super Bowl where he eviscerates, Sam Darnold or Matt Stafford the way that Tom Brady changed the course of Cam Newton's life that day. I think that is a well-reasoned and good path to say that the Broncos can get to and win a Super Bowl if that's the defensive player that is suddenly unlocked come divisional round.
Denny and Firestone, real quick before we talk about what we're watching tonight, wants to unlock the offensive playbook. I feel like Sean's been calling conservative games.
Is that why he's not calling the plays? Because he actually can't turn the page? It's locked?
Then he says it's strategically, but now is the time to open it up. Let's see. Oh, he wants some of the trick plays. Sean's the smartest guy in the room. Now it's time to prove it. I mean, I don't think that's terrible. I don't know that I necessarily want some of the trick plays. I want a trick play if it's 2nd and 1 and you're up by 15. By
I don't want the
points.
trick play on 3rd and 1 on the plus side of the 50.
When you're down 6.
When you're down 6, yeah, to double pass from Cortland Sutton. I don't want that. Sneaky underrated player to unlock before we move on.
Yeah,
Riley Moss.
That
was the other player that came to me, because if you told me that Riley Moss was full maxed out 100% opposite of the defensive player of the year, Patrick Surtain, I don't think we're worried about penalties. Teams aren't going to be able to just chuck it downfield and hope they get a flag. There's no more benefit of the doubt. Now you're locking down. It's not just, hey, we're going to take away one side of the field. You might lock down an entire stretch of the field sideline to sideline, keep everything underneath, make life easier for Dre Greenlaw and Alex Singleton and Justin Strnad, and give the horses up front more time to get home.
Think, dude, if you had those guys locking it down on the outside, the linebackers you just mentioned, Huff and Jones get to bracket whatever the biggest threat is. We don't know the opponent yet. I mean, what do you do if you're an offense? I guess you try to run the ball to bring those safeties down a little bit more, but good luck with Nick Bonito,
good luck
Zach
inviting
Allen.
Talanoa Hufanga down closer to the line of scrimmage, by the way.
Good point. But again, it's Zach Allen, JFM, Malcolm Roach, DJ Jones, Jonathan Cooper. They're all there to shut down the run game as well. So it's a fun conversation. I don't think there's a wrong answer. It's just your opinion. So tell us on the text line, ramoslaw.com text line 303-713-1043, who you would unlock defensively and offensively ahead of this postseason run. All right, what are we watching tonight? We got college football playoff action, 5:30. Early kickoff for us here in the Mountain Time Zone. Ole Miss versus Miami, 5:30 on ESPN. The Avs, they start their 7-game homestand tonight versus Ottawa. They're going to drop that puck shortly after 7 o'clock. So we'll be well into the third quarter, or at least into the third quarter, when the Avs are starting to get going. Maybe a double dip. Might have to bring the TV downstairs from the bedroom to watch both games. But I can't wait to see this Ole Miss-Miami game. I think the clock strikes midnight for Ole Miss tonight.
You got to figure it's coming, right? Lane Kiffin departs. He's taking staff with him. There's drama. That's one thing. We talked earlier about how much college football has lost with all this transfer portal, NIL, and all the money and the mercenary aspect of it. it certainly hasn't lost the drama, dude. This is the best soap opera you've ever watched. Lane Kiffin, potentially messing with Ole Miss and is not allowing assistants to continue to coach but part of that's because of the calendar, right? Like it's a
calendar problem.
It's a
with
new
college
year,
football,
right?
yeah.
So they've got to do their thing. But yeah, you're kind of on track with where my head is at too. I think Miami might just roll in this game.
Ole Miss was a fun story, and they're winning. But do you know what we could have had tonight? We could have had Miami and Carson Beck playing against the Georgia Bulldogs. A chance for him to say, "Y'all dumped me a year ago,
Sid the
and let's
Sloth
see what this
quarterback.
looks like now." Like
he
it
is
would've been much
objectively
more fun.
one of the ugliest quarterbacks I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like he, in terms, because like
Why do you
athletes,
think he got all those tattoos? He's drawing away from his.
athletes always end up with just dimes around them. They're
yeah.
just picking up change everywhere. But Carson Beck maybe has the widest range of like, this is the ugliest dude to have the hottest girlfriend ever. Like he's hard to look at.
Yeah.
That's a fun bracket, like a fun
game,
power
yeah.
ranking, right?
Ugliest athletes, hottest partner that they've ever had. Because I bet you there's some rock stars out there that are busted up that are just with dimes too.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Anyone Nikki Sixx has ever been in a serious relationship with. Dating the Prince of Darkness.
Right. I don't think his girlfriend's
Sharon was all right.
top tier, but Bill Belichick's doing all right for himself at 74, and he's nothing to look at.
Dude, with a 50-year age gap.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We'll get deeper into this tomorrow, Richie, but if we both think Miami's going, what's your early feeling on Indiana, Oregon? So who would Miami be playing in the Natty?
Dude. Kurt Signetti to the moon, bro. This is Indiana's college football playoff to lose.
Yeah.
I have had skepticism or questioned or doubted moments of this meteoric rise. I'm done with that. Kurt Signetti in general, and we'll just, for this iteration, it's Indiana. They're Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. I'm not betting against them ever again. Until given legitimate reason to do so. So it's Indiana, and whatever the matchup is, give me Indiana in that game.
All right.
Just run it to the moon.
Did you see the meme going around today, that Signetti look that he has, the eyebrow raised? They said, when your buddy asks if the putt's good. And you're
that's a
walking
gimme.
up and down. Yeah. Like, not so sure about that one, sir.
I said my man's got eyebrows like The Rock.
Yeah, he does.
He really does. He does the people's eyebrow.
And for some reason, you're just as intimidated by him, despite not looking like what The Rock looks like.
Right.
That meme I sent you, Josh, of Kurt Signetti looking like
It's
the
so good,
Incredibles
dude.
character is, I can't unsee it now.
It's so good. Fellas, we were talking a little bit about the college football playoff tonight. You got that in abs in your life. We both said that Ole Miss is done tonight. You guys feel the same, or you think they have a puncher's chance?
Man, you want to know what? They are kind of like